Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Executive Mayor has joined us. Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. We were waiting for you to join us in this meeting, in this symposium, and therefore, I think, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to start. My name is Bongani Kupe from the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. I've been requested, I have the pleasure of being requested to be the director for this occasion. Thank you very much. I think traditionally, Mayor, thank you very much for hosting this event. I think traditionally, before we start any of such a respectable event, I think we start firstly with our national anthem, and then we will move into a prayer. Can everyone please stand so that we can have our national anthem? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We can take your seat. I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask Pastor Baredi to just open with a prayer, short prayer for us before we continue with our proceedings. Thanks, Pastor.
So short. Can we please bow our heads and close our eyes for a word of prayer? Our Heavenly Father, in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, we come before your throne of grace this morning, O God, to invite you to this important, prestigious event that is aiming at soliciting investments, O God, to bring progress and advancement to our region. We pray that you bless every activity that will be taking place today, particularly our Honorable Mayor, O God, who came up with this initiative and vision to ensure that there's investment in our region. And Father, we pray that everything that will happen today, your hand, your blessing, your spirit be in it. This we ask in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor. I think now we can start. I think, ladies and gentlemen, just to recap in terms of why we are here, I think today we've come together with a shared vision to unlock opportunities, to attract investment, and to drive economic growth in our region. It is important that in this time we engage so that we move from commitment to construction, from decisions, from discussions to decisions, and from plans to project. I hope as we begin to engage today, we are looking more on the implementation side rather than on us discussing. If you look through our agenda this morning, in terms of our agenda this morning, we will have, I hope everyone here has got a piece of paper that we have got an agenda in terms of the table. Can I get an indication of people who do not have the program for today so that we can be able to give them the program? I think there are people in front here who don't have the program. Can we please make sure that everyone has a program for today? This is not the first time that this Matjhabeng has hosted such an occasion. And I think part of what we want to do today, as you can see, it says, the program says from commitments to construction. And I think the executive mayor is going to tell us why are we now moving from commitments to construction. Can we get some programs, please, distributed? There are people in front who do not have copies of programs so that they can get some programs. Without wasting much time, I'm going to ask MMC for Local Economic Development, Councillor Mojalifa Puti, to welcome all of us to this occasion. Can we give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you very much, Program Director, and greetings to the Executive Mayor of Matjhabeng, Honorable Councillor David Talukolo Kalipa, and all members of the Mayoral Committee, our ward councillors from all corners of Matjhabeng Municipality, our accounting officer, the acting municipal manager, Dr. Vuya Donis, and the executive management of the municipality, our municipal officials, our pastor, Ntateka Reddy, and all other pastors in our midst. I know that our chaplain is also here, Memal Dimu. Let me also extend my greetings to different dignitaries across various fields in the business sector. I know there are many investors who are coming from both domestically and also abroad. Let me also acknowledge the presence of our SMMEs. I've seen that we have the business chambers in our midst. We have representatives, some of whom will appear in our program. I've seen that we also have Mr. Reggie Mutsi, one of the luminaries in the business sector in our area, and his entourage. I've seen that the SMMEs are also here. I must say that it's a great honor indeed to welcome all men and women of this great stature who plays a very pivotal role in the economy of our country and our municipality. You are officially welcomed. Feel free to deliberate, because the gathering that we've gathered around today is quite different and peculiar from all the previous investment summit that we had. Program Director has went to town in explaining that this one is a symposium, and it's in its own nature, it's a subject orientated, it's a very specific and very brief kind of a gathering. We are here to have an account of all the commitments that we have done in previous Investment Summit. And ultimately, the fundamental objective is for us to be action-orientated, to talk about when and how are we breaking the ground in implementing all the commitments that were made. I must put a disclaimer that all the great commitments that were done previously had to go through a particular test of criticism, and they have passed that test of time. There were attacks and narrow allegations on these great milestones that we have committed previously. Just to put and to illustrate one point, on issues such as the airport, economics is a very complex branch of science. It's not every Tom, Dick, and Harry on the street who would understand that to enter into new international markets, it's not a simple and narrow logic. You need to understand the dynamics in that particular field. You need to understand the foreign direct investment that is injected in this municipality. It's unprecedented. Of course, it will be difficult to comprehend at the first glance. But we are proud to say that in the growth and domestic products that are produced in this province and in this country, Matjhabeng, through the gas and the helium, is contributing a very significant amount. And for that, we must give ourselves a round of applause. And it cannot thrive or be sustained if our systems and infrastructure, our modes of transport are still confined to roads. We are not adjusting to airports, cargo airports that will speak to that kind of transactions and business processes. So we had to face that criticism, but we must thank a leader that I'm also gonna introduce in the same breath, program director, a man who had this vision. It is one of the philosophers, Karl Marx, who said, philosophers have interpreted the world in many ways. However, the important question is to change the world. Now, we are very much honored to have a leader of Executive Mayor Thandukolo Kalipa's caliber, who had that vision of not only focusing on local developments in the form of grants that are coming from national departments, but who had a vision that we must encroach, we must intercept, we must enter into the international stage. We must upgrade our airport. Our local business must be able to have the liberty to trade throughout the globe, the same way as it happens in Cape Town and in Johannesburg. Local farmers are exporting their products on a daily basis to countries in Scandinavia. So the Executive Mayor, we are really honored and we appreciate you. We know that these kind of milestones will only be celebrated 5 or 10 years later. What should test the strength and the thrust of the decisions that you took together with your administration in this investment summit up to this symposium that will focus on construction rather than discussions, are decisions that will yield replica effects, not only to Matjhabeng, but to businesses around Lejweleputswa, as Lejweleputswa is the heart and is geographically located at the center of the country. You know, in mathematics, they will tell you that we all have to build from the center to the circumference. And this is what we are doing as Matjhabeng local municipality. So you are all welcomed. Let me take that singular honor to introduce and to call upon to the podium our leader, the visionary, and the man who had courage and determination to stand for these investments, be it in clean energy, be it in the airport, be it in spatial development and property development sector, and many other sectors that are now finding expression into our shores. Executive Mayor, Honorable Tandutolo Kalipa, may you honor this occasion by coming up to the podium and giving us a very clear political overview and direction regarding this strategic symposium. Can we give the Executive Mayor a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? As we all rise, it is our culture and protocol.
You may be seated, sir. Thank you very much. Greetings to our program director, Mtate Bongane, from the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Greetings to our MMCs who are part of this important event. Greetings to our pastor who have opened us with a prayer, and greetings to our acting municipal manager and the entire team of management, and greetings to all our investors who have taken time to be accepting our invitation to be part of this important event or investment summit locally and nationally and internationally. All those who have accepted our invitation to be part of this summit. We are greeting you this morning, colleagues and investors, in Matjhabeng, in Municipality, in the Free State of our province. We are also passing our apology of the Honorable Premier and some of the MEC because of the ESCO, that they have an executive council meeting that started yesterday, which is concluding today. So because of those commitments, they have apologized to be part of this important summit. The district mayor of Municipality, there is also an event in Matjhabeng of the MEC and the mayor of the Municipality and the deputy minister. They are in Virginia for another important program that is we are hosting in our municipality. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last investment summit in our term of office, which will be ending on the 4th of November in 2026. As you know that on the 4th of November, we will be going to election to elect our own councillors who are going to lead for the next 5 years. And I'm sure all of us, we know that in 1955, when our leaders met to draw a program of action, how they are going to govern this country and what type of government that will be needed by the people of South Africa. And part of the clause that there is no government that can claim authority unless that government is put by the people. And that's why every 5 years there is election. Is because of that document which was drafted by the people of South Africa. It's a freedom charter that put a plan how we are going to govern this country, how we want the type of constitution that is going to lead us in our country. And if you look on the Constitution of the Republic, you can read clause number 1 up to the last one, is on the basis of that document which was adopted by the people of South Africa in 1955. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2022, in our own strategic planning of Matjhabeng, where the entire administration and the political leadership of this municipality, we met to put a plan for the next 5 years. Part of that plan was to focus on the priorities. What are the priorities that are going to change the life of our people in the city? Part of that strategic plan, we decided that priority number 1 will be the infrastructure. That we need to focus on our infrastructure because we have done our analysis and the assessment of the entire infrastructure of Matjhabeng. And we thought that after we have appointed a number of consultants, engineers, to assist us on this plan of the infrastructure, they thought that was important, that we must change our priority and put infrastructure as priority number 1. Priority number 2 was to focus on issues of local economic development, changing in the manner which is we have been operating, which is local government for the past 25 years, now to 30 years. We have been focusing, treating LED as just by the way. We are not treating local government LED as one of the pillars who must then change the economy of Matjhabeng. Not only Matjhabeng, change the economy of our country, because even national government, when they do all this work, investment, they don't happen in Union Building, they don't happen in Lebogang Building, they happen at a local government. There is no president that stay in Union Building, there is no premier that stay in Free State House. Premiers, they are part of a local municipality. So with those priorities, we thought that part of the thing that we must do, we must start with an LED strategy, which is part of that strategy was to make sure that we mobilize investors to come and invest in our city. Part of the things was to make sure that there is political stability, there is consensus as leadership of the municipality that all of us we have one common goal of creating job opportunities, that there must be job opportunities in our city. And all those priorities which is part of those priorities, was to make sure that other things that must be prioritized is to interact with the provincial government. First, to make sure that there is a financial recovery in our area, assess our economy in our area, and you remember that we're from COVID-19, which is have a huge impact. COVID-19 globally, in the world, in our own country, has destroyed a number of jobs in the tourism sector. You know what has happened during COVID-19. In the construction, you know what has happened during that time of COVID-19. So we thought that we need to develop an investment book as part of putting all our priorities in that investment book. Part of the things that we declare Matjhabeng, one of the areas, your R30, as a special economic zone, and we appointed people who have knowledge to assist us on doing feasibility study, which is that feasibility study was positive about creating some of the investment in our area. That was the first corridor in Matjhabeng. The second corridor was between Virginia and of Velkom, and the third corridor was between Henneman and Henneman and Velkom. That's the third corridor in Matjhabeng. So the work that we have done since that time, we have hosted all these summits, and which is we have mobilized number of investors to come and invest in Matjhabeng, which is now today, as you know, that our economy was always based on mining. You will remember, those who have been part of this region, that this region was called Goldfields region, which was a mining town. At the time of 1980, this area employed more than 180,000 workers who were working in this area. Today, 2030, which is the assessment that was done up to today, we now have not less than 30,000, which is, we can be exactly 20,000 employees who are employed in this area. That tells you a difficult story. That tells you something else, that we have lost more than 160,000 jobs in our area. So we can no longer only focus on the mining. We really need to focus on other priorities. Part of the things which is a new mining in our area, current program director, we now have an energy in our area, which is part of a new mine in our area, energy and gas, which is going to be in this area for more than 100 years. And I'm convinced, program director, that all of us by that time we will not be alive. I will be the only one that will be alive by that time, program director. So we are not doing these things for ourselves. When we plan, we don't plan for us, because I know that many of us, when we plan, we have short-term plans. We must have short-term plans and long-term plans, and we must never plan around us. We must plan around the people. We must always put the people first before we can put our own interest. So in the past 5 years, Matjhabeng has mobilized a program director more than 6.4 billion for the infrastructure. More than 4.2 billion has been mobilized to fix all our pump station and our sewer treatment plant. Today, the Department of Water and Sanitation, which is as appointed Val Central, they have spent more than 1.2 billion on the infrastructure commitment that we got from the Department of Water and Sanitation. In 5 years' time, we will need to spend 4.2 billion that is going to be spent in Matjhabeng, which is that project, because our infrastructure, there was a huge damage to our infrastructure. We will complete those programs in 2029. So we don't have a silver bullet solution, but we have a plan, we have commitment, there is funding from national government, provincial government. They are supporting us to fix our infrastructure, which is your sewer infrastructure. We are focusing on fixing our pump station, our sewer treatment plant, and our lines. And that program, as I have indicated, that will be ending in 2029. The second investment is the 2.2 billion, which is going to deal with your water challenges in Matjhabeng. Even that program is a 5 years plan program that is going to be implemented in Matjhabeng. We are happy that already that 2.2 billion has been approved by the DPSA Bank of South Africa. There is also a support from Infrastructure South Africa. We are also making our own commitment as Matjhabeng to be part of, to give some money, our budget, to be part of that program. And these are work that has been done by this leadership. We will be handing over this work to a new administration because, as I indicated, plans are not about us. Plans are about the people. We will come, we will, but the people will remain. Program Director, for the past 4 years, we have mobilized more than 30 billion investment that has been invested in Matjhabeng on energy. And this is the work that has been done by this collective, working together with business. And they have created a number of job opportunities. In the past, when we were given this responsibility in 2021, the only hope of the people of Matjhabeng was only this municipality. They were planning around this municipality, around issues of your budget of the municipality, your MIG grant, your money that has been collected, and they thought the future is only around the municipality. We're able to demonstrate to the people of Matjhabeng that the future is not only about your grant, is not only about the money that our people are paying. We must partner with private sector. If you go to State South Africa report, number of jobs, Program Director, are not created by government, by public sector, are created by private investors. That's why many people, when they make reckless statement, insulting business, those are reckless statements. We need to partner with business as government, as public sector. We will not grow the economy unless private sector partner with public sector. That's the only way we can grow an economy, is to work together with private sector. We know that Program Director, some years, business, they have been on strike, they have not been investing in the country, not only in Matjhabeng. But we are happy that there have been an appetite from business to invest in Matjhabeng, to invest in our region of Lejwe-Leputswa region, again to invest in our province of the Free State. And we have no doubt with the work that we are doing, we are mobilizing all investors that they must not go to any other area, they must only come to Matjhabeng. We are the only area in Matjhabeng that is in the center of South Africa, and we are the only municipality where there is political stability in our area, and that's why we are mobilizing all investors locally, regionally, nationally and internationally, that they must not go to any other area. They must only come here in Matjhabeng. We are the only area where we are able to welcome investors, where we care about our investors, we respect our investors. There's a lot of work that we have done. It's important that I must also deal with the issues of your special economic zone. The feasibility study, like I've indicated, that is positive. The provincial government is supporting this initiative of making sure that Matjhabeng have a second special economic zone. The national government is also supporting this initiative that Matjhabeng must have a second special economic zone to make sure that we are not only focusing on mining, like I've indicated that our economy is still very strong on mining, but we need to focus on other things. We need industries to come to Matjhabeng and invest in Matjhabeng. And we're happy that some big companies, they have already shown an interest. They have not only shown an interest, they have made commitment, and those commitments are moving now to construction. There are many people, when we spoke about the Velcom Cargo Airport, who thought that thing will never happen. I'm happy that there are a number of engineers from Dubai and Australia who are already staying in our area, who are doing a number of work. Some of those engineers, they are part of this meeting, of this summit. They have been here for more than 2 months now in our area. And there's work that is happening in that airport, which is the construction, ladies and gentlemen, is going to take 5 years. I think 3 weeks back, we met with the Minister of Transport to introduce this project to the Minister of Transport, which is we're very happy that we have interacted now with our national government through the Minister, which is she has also indicated that she will be supporting us as the Matjhabeng to make sure that this idea is no longer an idea, it's becoming now a reality, which is the construction will be starting very soon. And I hope that the team that is led by the CO, which is they are also going to make a presentation, they will tell us terms of their timelines when the construction will be starting. Because we are no longer now interested on commitment. We want to turn those commitments to construction. We want dust in our area. We want our people to get job opportunities, which is they can then make sure that they support their families. They can make sure that we grow the economy. But at the same time, this municipality can then increase their budget, because once they have all these opportunities, we will be collecting tax rates to make sure that the Matjhabeng is becoming the second metro, because that is our vision through our 2050 vision, where we want Matjhabeng to be a second metro. With all these investments that are happening, I have no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, Program Director, that indeed Matjhabeng in our lifetime is going to be a metro. I know that there are a number of companies on solar, that some of them today will be making some of the commitment. You remember in the last investment, one of the companies that make a commitment, Mulilo, that they were going to put more than 5 billion in Matjhabeng, invest 5 billion. We are happy to report that indeed now that commitment that was done last year has not only moved now from commitment, they have now moved to construction, and the construction has started already. These are type of initiatives that they have been initiated by us, as we are reporting today, that our people, they are already, whether it's people getting job opportunities, business. I can see now we have positive march, Program Direct, where our people are marching now. They are demanding that they must get support. They are demanding that they must get a business to some of these initiatives. That's why we don't listen to noise. We must remain focused on our work. And I'm advising all business, don't listen to the noise. The noise is not going to assist us. Let's focus on our vision. Let's focus on our plan, not in the noise. Noise will always be there. In fact, it's good when there is noise, because when there is noise, you must know there is work that we are doing. There will never be a noise if you are not doing anything. There is also on the gas company, a very big company that is now partner with that company of gas, which is also going to deploy a lot of resources, lot of billions in our area, which is also going to create job opportunities, which is not only going to create job opportunities, is also going to grow the economy of Matjhabeng. Matjhabeng is not going to be a ghost city. This city is going to be even bigger than Mangaung. With the work that we are doing on tourism, we are also focusing on agriculture. We are also mobilizing some Chinese government business also to come and invest in our area on agriculture, on infrastructure, on tourism. We are inviting these people to come and invest in Matjhabeng. We have also met with the ambassador of China, we have also requested him to not only to be ambassador of China, also to be ambassador of Matjhabeng, to interact with some of the business in China to come and invest in Matjhabeng. Because when there is investment, the numbers are going to change of unemployment. When the next report comes to State South Africa, there will be a positive report that is going to be reported around Matjhabeng. Matjhabeng already now, if you in the afternoon, you can see now there's an increase of traffic. In the past, there was no increase of traffic in our area. You must know now that the buying power is increasing in Matjhabeng. And you can see a number of people are beginning to come in our area. There are people who are buying properties in our area. And that tells you a different story. Because in the past, people thought that they can only focus, like I've indicated, to your grant that we are getting from national government, the grant that we are getting from provincial government. They never thought that if we focus on working together with the private sector, the features of this city are going to change. And I have no doubt that there is now a lot of interest in Matjhabeng. And I was very happy a week ago where the taxi industry, they were marching for opportunities. Because in the past, taxi industry was only focusing on driving people from their home to the city. They can see now that there are a number of opportunities in our area that tell you a positive story about Matjhabeng. Matjhabeng is the future of this province. Matjhabeng is the future of our country. All of us, we must be ambassadors of Matjhabeng. All the business people, leaders, local business, because we need foreign investment. But we must also protect the local business. Those people in the economy of Matjhabeng, we want to salute them. Because without them, who have invested, who have made a lot of commitment, who have went to the banks and take risk, and we're appealing to politicians. Politicians who want to be in business, they must go and take a risk. You can't be a politician, also be a business. Take a risk. Go and invest. And there is nothing wrong for any South African citizen who decide that I want to be invest in business as long business is clean, as long you take a risk like any other business person. So we really want to thank our local business, black and white. Those who are negative about the future of Matjhabeng, Program Director, I want to advise them, and I hope the pastors will pray for them, because you can see that there is a negative spirit to them. So that negative spirit must be changed to a positive spirit. We need everybody. We must all pray that Matjhabeng must never be the same. Matjhabeng must be a center of the economy of our country. Matjhabeng must be a center of the economy of our continent. Matjhabeng must be a city that all of us, we can be proud of the city. All of us, we can mobilize locally, national, international, that people must come and invest in Matjhabeng. You are all welcome. Those who want to invest in this city. If you want to make a commitment, don't just make commitment. Now turn those commitments to construction. You are all welcome to Matjhabeng. This is your city. Please invest. Make sure that this city must grow the economy. Next time, when we present our budget must not be 4.8 billion. We must talk about a 10 billion budget of Matjhabeng because of local investors, national investors, and international investors coming to Matjhabeng to invest. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Another round of applause for our mayor, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Distinguished guests, captains of industry, investors, business leaders, entrepreneurs, what the mayor is basically challenging us to do is to think boldly and act decisively. He defines investment not only that it's about capital, that it's about confidence, collaboration, and commitment. I think that's what our mayor is calling upon all of us. He goes further to say that this is about creating opportunities for young people, for empowering local business, and ensuring that economic benefits are shared amongst all of us. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now that our executive mayor have set the base for our discussions today, again, the symposium is about moving from commitments to construction. And I think the presentations that need to follow should begin to demonstrate that this gathering is about action, not about talking. And therefore, I know that we would like to move to the next one, the business overview of what has happened in Matjhabeng, because it's important that business talks to another business. As the mayor has said, if you are a politician and you want to go into business, there's nothing wrong with that. But our experience has showed that when you ask business to come and invest in your area, you need to allow local business to talk to you. Without wasting much time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon the Matjhabeng business sector representative, Babe, to come forward and basically give us an overview of how the local business have been experiencing this journey in terms of this summit and what has been the benefits that has accrued as a result of this journey. Tate, thank you very much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. Let me walk on the footsteps of Buti on the protocols that he so meticulously presented earlier on, just so that I do not miss out somebody in the process. So in exactly the same line and way he presented it, my protocol is observed in that line. Thank you. You've made my life easier, my brother. Just by way of loosening up a bit, I've struggled a bit to distinguish between common sense and education. And this old man sends his child to university. From the time that they've been together, part of what they would do was hunting. And so the guy goes to university, graduates, now he's working in a science laboratory at Wits University. After a while, he comes back and says to his father, I miss those trips that we used to undertake, excursions, going to the fields just to go for hunting. Can we do that again? Dad says, no, yes, let's go. And then he takes a tent, off they go for hunting. One night they put up a tent, the dad puts up a tent and they sleep and they have to overnight there. At 1 a.m., the father wakes him up, says, son, what do you see? The son wakes up and says, oh, Dad, I see the stars. And then he says, is that what you see? The son says yes. And he goes to town about the town. Remember, he's a very educated chap. He's working in the science laboratory in Wits University. So he goes to town about the names of the stars. That one is called Sirius, and this is what it does. This one is Rigel. The difference between Rigel and Sirius is this. This one is called Daga, the one on the extreme left. And the father is looking at this guy. Is this guy crazy? He says, son, and remember I said I'm struggling between education and common sense. And he says, son, I've woken you up not to tell me how educated you are about the stars. I just thought you would see when you wake up that they have stolen the tent. Now you were telling me about things that I never thought you would even begin to tell me about. So common sense sometimes works. Gentlemen, it's important for us to focus. I've taken a bit of time when I was assigned by this task by the executive mayor to reflect on 3 issues in business. I have spent 70%, 90% of my working life in business. So the reflection I've made was I divided it into 3: mining, retail, and manufacturing. In this first item, executive mayor, and I think it is important for us to start thinking innovatively about what we do, and I know you've touched a bit on this aspect. Welkom, traditionally and historically, has been a town known for mining. Having been part of a delegation that went to Germany, in particular to a town called Freiberg in Germany, which was a mining town predominantly, and with the closure of mines in that area, the citizens and the leadership in that area thought about what is it that we can do to replace and still ensure that there's growth and development of this place in the absence of the mines. And they worked as we speak now, it is a tourist attraction area in Freiberg, that town. There are no more mines, but where there were mines, they have put in some different things that would attract people to go and have a look. What is it that, if people were talking about a cage, taking people up and down, just model it properly for tourists to be attracted in wanting to see how this thing used to operate when there was mining. So a lot of things that they did really was to change the outlook of the town into a tourism sector, such that people, and so there were a lot of people, big numbers, food in line with tourism that has drastically changed the economy from moving and migrating from mining into tourism. So I'm raising this matter because that exactly fits into the situation that we are in Welkom. That part of what we do is to look innovatively in what we can do to change and not just abandon those areas, but to change some of them to attract tourism into them, but to also think about what is it that we can do to change the outlook of Welkom that would replace going. So that's just part of what I thought we would look at in terms of that arrangement. So my sense on that specific one, and I know that we already have those helium, the gas mine, there would be some others that I'm sure would be coming. There's been talk about future prospects of mining, and of course through your engagements, Executive Mayor, I'm also delighted, and everybody can see that the influx of solar panels in and around Matjhabeng has brought a very big impact in the economy of Matjhabeng, and for that I think it is worth acknowledging the effort that you have put into that. That has brought so much difference to the economy. The second item that I would have loved to touch on, of course, is the one of retail. Now, I'm sure people would be aware that this thing of online shopping has got a significant effect on your big retail stores, because if people depend on buying clothes through online, that obviously affects your likes of Edgar's and big retail markets, and therefore there's an absolute need to think about what is it that we should do to address this specific item without necessarily wanting to redirect people's thoughts and rights in terms of what they would want to do. But it is important to look at our contribution as a united force, as citizens of the area, in terms of what we should do to sway people from moving in that direction. And in retail, I must also say that this issue has greatly also affected the motor industry countrywide, not only here. Those people who have got a large interest in the motor industry, you'd see that when you go to VW, you don't only see VW. There are the others that you come across there, you Jaiku and Omeda. If you go to BMW, there are other models that have infiltrated, and so it goes. So the retail industry generally also has got its own ways of changing the outlook, and people have got to be thinking, actually, Executive Mayor, one of the considerations looking into the establishment of the special economic zones is to see if you cannot bring at least one of the... I was actually amazed to hear that the Chinese brands that you have in South Africa at the moment are more than 50. I only know about 8 or 10 of them or so. And all of them are, of course, imports. Now, with the advantage of the special economic zone, I'm sure there's an opportunity to lay either one or two of them to bring in a plant around here. Retail, you would not have to look at the lowest end of things, but along the lines of clothing, motor industry, and others that I've missed. I'm glad that at least in this area I've noticed that there's one guy who's now solely focusing and involved in the manufacturing of school uniform, whether it's police uniform, nurses, and so on. And it's a good pointer in terms of getting into that market. Executive Mayor, the last point that I had wanted to venture into of manufacturing. Of course, we have Sparta here, but I'm sure there are a number of opportunities that exist where people can look and focus into areas of manufacturing, especially that there are very good incentives that government has put aside for people who are into manufacturing that would ease your level of financial demand that goes with it. And so those opportunities, in the interest of time, I would not delve too much into them, but it is worth the effort, just sitting down and looking at what is it that in the manufacturing space we can do as people of Matjhabeng. But over and above that, as I'm moving closer to concluding, it is important for us to have interactions quite frequently to see what best we can do to address a whole host of opportunities that are around that. Now, back to what I said earlier is, like I said, about to conclude, the struggle between education and common sense. In the past, I used to hear a lot about this thing that I think everybody knows about, that it is better for you to teach a child to fish than to give him a fish every time. I'm sure everybody knows that. But we can't continue to be sticking onto that type of mentality all the time. We have to think beyond, because when I'm in that position, and maybe I'm saying it because of the way I have evolved in business over time, that when I started in business, I was a taxi operator, and then I realized that I spent a lot of money on fuel. And so I stopped taxi business and I went into the fuel industry, acquired a filling station. And when I was there, I went into construction. And then I realized in construction, I spent a lot of time in buying building material than anything else. So I slowed my pace in construction and I went into the supply of building material. And that thinking has brought me to this conclusion that we cannot still be stuck into that mentality of wanting to teach a child to fish. But we must now be thinking about the market of the fish that the child, because it means the child has got to increase the pace now. Now we must be thinking about the market where the fish is going to be sold, and you must be thinking about how it is going to be processed, because there's a level of job creation into that. And so that is the level of thinking, because you can't be stuck into one thing all the time. So as I conclude, that's my part in short. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Ndate Muti. Another round of applause for Ndate Muti, ladies and gentlemen. I think what basically Ndate Muti is saying is that Matjhabeng has contributed a lot in the South African economy. And that whilst mining remains a key pillar, we also need to embrace new opportunities in agriculture, renewable energy, manufacturing, tourism, and entrepreneurship. And that basically what we should be doing in this symposium today is to provide the platform to build partnerships that will create jobs, stimulate growth, and improve the lives of people that reside in Matjhabeng. I think what the mayor has said is that the ambition is to have Matjhabeng declared the second metro in the Free State province. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the spirit of today. And therefore, without wasting much time, I want to call on Mr. Imran Makana from Brand South Africa, Global Ambassador. A round of applause for Mr. Makana.
Executive Mayor, Executive Team, and the entire municipality and partners that are present here, business people from, I can't really pronounce the name of the municipality, but I'm going to try. Matjhabeng municipality be greeted. Thank you very much, Program Director, and we truly appreciate the opportunity that we have afforded today to come and engage the municipality, but not only to engage, but to deliver a message that I believe will align with some of the things that which the Executive Mayor has outlined, which perfectly aligns with the work that which I have personally been doing in the past 2 years in trying to bridge the gap between the private sector and the public sector for the benefit of our communities, the benefit of municipalities in the country. I believe that as you are all present here, you are fully aware that much of our municipalities, they do have great plans, amazing programs that are meant to develop and to transform our communities. But the biggest thing is the lack of what you call of funding, the lack of what you call of strategic partners that can come in to assist to execute the said plan and programs that many of our municipalities outline. So if I may introduce myself, my name is Imram Tabang Makama. I know it sounds like it's Imran, but I'm Imram with an M. I am born and bred in the province of Mpumalanga. So I am South African. So I serve as the national head for Africa Young Entrepreneurs, which is a global organization which has presence in 20 African countries. And it also speaks in terms of the work that we are doing, that it does not only ends in the country, but it expands into the continent. And the type of businesses and partners that which we bring, and the message that which we communicate in global stages, it's very clear that is to make South Africa as the gateway into the continent. And for that to happen, investments and strategic partnership must first take place where we are. And I also happen to serve as Brand South Africa's global ambassador. Through my work last year, we were able to establish a strategic partnership between Kangala District and one of the key municipalities in Shandong Province in the People's Republic of China. And so I am also an entrepreneur within the mining, energy and information technology space. I am also China-Africa business consultant. So I think that would bring much more context in terms of why I am here and what I'm about to share with you. So I am not alone today. I am with one of our key partners, many of our key partners, by the way. In fact, if we have gotten this invitation much earlier, as I was saying to my brother, actually a day before yesterday, I believe that we could have brought even more strategic partners that would really like to come and work with the municipality. So with me, I have Mr. Peter He. He is the country's manager for High Solar. He's going to also just come in terms of the investments that which they have in their portfolio. Not only on solar, but on a number of what we call projects. We also have our visitors as well. Mr. Regan, we've got Mr. Regan at the back, and also Mrs. Lisa, who are from High Solar China. I heard that the professor, I know there are many Chinese companies in South Africa, but there are really quite few of those companies that do manufacturing, actual manufacturing in China. So High Solar is a manufacturer, is an OEM. So I think that will help us in terms of what we want to quickly share with you. So I'm not going to really waste your time, but I just wanted also to align my speech around what the executive mayor and why we are actually here. My work in the past few years, let me just say 2 years, has been mainly for this purpose. That is to make sure that each and every plan that each municipality has, and that is open, that has, there's a key word that I wanted to use, that has the political will would understand what I mean, that has the political will to engage, that has a political will to bring in partners to help them implement the ideas, to implement the programs and the projects that which you have. And I do believe some of those projects and programs do not have funding. So my role as an ambassador and my role as an FDI, East Asia FDI advisor is to make sure that we come in to collaborate with municipalities as such as this one, to look at what you have, whether it be on energy related projects, whether it be on water infrastructural projects, whether it be on digital transformation related projects, or projects within the municipality around mining, or projects that which are also aligned with public benefit or that will benefit communities around infrastructure. Those are projects that which we are looking to commit to assist, not in terms of only capital raising, but in terms of partnering with the municipality in making sure that those projects become a reality, and not bringing what you call foreign workers or bringing foreign entrepreneurs to come and implement, but to collaborate with local businesses, to collaborate with local organizations in making sure that which everyone benefits and everyone becomes a beneficiary to the projects that which happen in and around the municipality. So the first thing I wanted to touch on is our commitment on the energy. I think that's one thing that which I think from our end, it is at this stage it is easier to do. That is mainly on Executive Mayor on the solar projects. If perhaps there are no parties that which have come in, we are ready as an organization through our partners to come in and to execute any energy related project that which may be on the table under the PPP partnership. And obviously we are open in terms of what the municipality would prefer in terms of the working model and in terms of what to call of the collaboration structure that which you would like to establish. That is, I believe, which should be in line with the district development model as well. And I'm glad to hear that also the municipality has ambitions to turn this municipality into a metro. And also on that, we are very much available to advise and to assist, not only in bringing partners, but in also in making sure that we assist the municipality in establishing systems in preparation maybe into a smart city. But we do have partners that do also manufacture what we call electric buses and electric minibuses. In fact, I believe that the taxi associations would be excited to hear this. But also, my work outside, it is not to sell the country. I know some people, when they see us walking around with Chinese, the idea is that, oh, here they are selling the country. But our message has been in line with the message of the national government. That is to say to our global partners that we are not looking to be consumers of your goods. But the long-term strategy in terms of bringing these partners, it is for local beneficiating when it comes to mining. It is for local manufacturing when it comes to solar related goods, and also local manufacturing of what you call of batteries, which those are things or those are projects that cannot be done overnight, in which if you understand the space, you would understand the strategy around that the intention or the end goal around this is to make sure that with all of these partners, they make South Africa their base from a manufacturing point of view, while we open up the market into the continent. I hope that is clear, so that people do not say that we are selling the country to the Chinese and we are doing this and that and that. Yeah. So, and also the second thing that which we wanted to look at in terms of what to call, I believe the projects that which have been outlined on the investment deck. I believe it is the construction of what to call of the airport, the cargo airport in the municipality. So we are also looking, we are open to engage on that, Executive Mayor. As I've mentioned, ours is basically to help municipalities to implement these outlined projects and plans. The third one, that would then be on projects around any infrastructural related work. That can be roads, that can be housing, that can be also water infrastructure. In fact, we do have a partner that is ready to come in to collaborate with the municipalities. Perhaps they would be allowed to establish a water purification plant. In fact, this company won, I think a year ago, they won an award from the United Nations on their innovation on water and water systems and stuff. So those are partners that which they are open to engage and to enter into strategic memorandum of understanding or any type of protocol of collaboration. So for those that know me, I can speak the whole day. But allow me just to bring in Peter before we sit down. He's not going to be long, don't worry. Just to share his piece. Thank you.
Hello. First, thanks the Mayor of Matjhabeng and even my brothers and my friend Imran give me the chance to come here to introduce our high-tech companies and also our CHY lithium new energy for storage lithium. I think we come here to build the bridge between South Africa and China to economic development. And we are the biggest suppliers of the lithium batteries in South Africa for households in Johannesburg. And we do the OEM order for biggest wholesale of South Africa for new energies. If you know, is SunPower and also Solar Express, and all for solar business, we are the biggest suppliers for the storage. And at the same time, we are got partners, high-tech solar panel factories. They are also companies on share in Beijing, and they produce high qualities for solar panels. And the second, we will come here and give me the express of this welcome town is very clean, and even the hall is very beautiful. So we will try to bring the Singapore, maybe the investment to come here if the project is good for us. So thank you very much.
So, yeah, what he was alluding to, so we do have other Singaporean partners that are willing to come in, that we can bring in to invest in any strategic project. So, yeah, so we will, I believe that we will formally engage post this event. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Makana and your team. Mr. Makana, sorry sir, Mr. Makana and your team.
As part of the program today, we've got a part that talks to investment commitments after lunch. We'd basically like you to come and outline from an investment point of view. Remember, we're talking about moving commitments to construction. And therefore, anyone that is here that wants to commit into a specific project, we'd like to invite them at that door. So we would also like you guys to come back and basically make those proposals so that we can take this process forward, because it's about commitments to construction, not only about the discussions about this. Thank you very much. Another round. We are happy that, our investors and stakeholders are interested in Matjhabeng. We therefore invite you to explore the potential that exists here and to join us in shaping a prosperous future. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of this symposium will not be measured by today's discussions alone, but by the partnership we forge, the projects we initiate, and the investment we realize in the months and years ahead. And therefore, part of the partners in terms of shaping the future of the youth in Matjhabeng is the Central University of Technology. I think it's important that as we attract investment into this area, we also realize that we need to have a skilled sort of personnel that would be able to support this investment. And therefore, the Central University of Technology in Matjhabeng is also going to partner with us, both as private and public partnership, so that we can be able to realize that. Without wasting much time, I would like to invite Mr. Sompondo from the Central University of Technology. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am very much aware of the time pressures. My address very brief. Honorable Mayor and your distinguished Municipal Council, the representatives of the national and provincial government here, business investors, community leaders, distinguished guests, and everyone, good morning. Today I want to talk to you about a sector that is mostly underestimated. When people talk about municipal or city or town development, they tend to underestimate the power of the educational sector. The Central University of Technology has been a part of this municipality for years now. First as the old Vista University, post 2005 as the merged Central University of Technology. To what we call the power of the student market. The student economy is quite big, but also that economy is anchored on institutions of higher learning. And I mean, you would know the world over, but just here in South Africa, cities and towns were developed by universities, because universities create employment, they attract investment, they stimulate entrepreneurship, they develop innovation ecosystems, and most importantly, they create demand across different sectors. I am going to talk a little bit about the the power of this economy and this sector, and I'm hoping that I'm going to leave a seed for the municipality. So in the past life, I worked in Grahamstown, Makana, at Rhodes University. Rhodes University was formed in 1904, but it stopped growing in numbers in 2012. It stopped growing in 2012. Literally right now, Rhodes University is the smallest university in the country with 9,100 students. That's the max. They cannot grow. Not because they do not have resources to grow, not because there's no ambition to grow, but because the base that keeps an institution of higher learning growing, the municipality cannot provide the services that Grahamstown needs. Rhodes University cannot build residences and add them into the bulk water system. They cannot add new residences. They add all since 2012. The growth of that university is deeper now. It's not so much on numbers, but is so much on the quality of the work they produce. So they focused on research, probably one of the most research-intensive universities in the country. Now, CUT in 2026-2030 strategy, it has articulated the growth, what they call the repositioning of Welcome Campus. Welcome Campus, the university is going to pump in resources there, a lot of money, because we're going to use the precinct model to try and address the skill shortage of the area, but also to continue being an investor in the area. Think about what we currently have right now. Right now we have 5,000 students that are supported by between 200 and 500 staff members. Those are warm bodies, 5,000 students max, and we're hoping to grow that in the next 5 years to just under 10,000. But those are warm bodies. And you know, there's only one sector that understands the power of the student body. It's the banks. There is 5,000 spenders that are in Matjhabeng as we are seated here. Spenders. When they are hungry, they call mom and dad, they send money, they spend. They need beds, they need hospitals, they buy retails, they spend. In fact, when they are tired after 5 o'clock, they want to blow off steam. And we all know we have kids here. We were once 19 to 25-year-old. And we know what I mean about blowing off steam. You come to Welcome around 7 o'clock, the only place that's open, it will be a tavern, it will be a nightclub, it will be a pub. The economies of the small towns, you go to Potch, you go to Stellenbosch, you go to Grahamstown. The first bar, grocery store to open 24 hours in the country was in Grahamstown. Right now, most retail stores in Grahamstown are opening 24 hours because after blowing off steam, they have to buy food. In Bloemfontein, come 20th, 25th, when NASFA's money is about to come in, that market jumps up. They spend. Now, I am saying to Matjhabeng, the university is making a commitment through the repositioning of the Welcome campus. The student economy is going to grow. That number is going to, and they're going to need a place to sleep. They're going to need all those. I don't want to talk about that. And I mean, to understand the power of the university and the educational market, You've got to understand what's happening at Fort Hare. What's happening in Alice right now is an indication, because when business does not understand that opportunity, there are other business entrepreneurs that understand that opportunity and they maximize on it, and it creates what is happening in Fort Hare right now. So the key about the power of the student market lies in how the municipality create the needed support. We're going to come to municipality. We are engaging with Matjhabeng on an ongoing basis. We're going to build a science center. We're going to build an agricultural hub in the next 5 years. There's precinct, and I said, in terms of the time, I can't read my entire speech and articulate all of this because I'm worried of the time pressures. But I've shared the speech and the plan for the municipality to understand what's about to come. The injection that is going to come from the university through the repositioning of the Welcome campus. University represent way more than an institution of higher learning that provides skill. But it is an investment, because 500 of us that are working here, we're going to need to put our kids in schools. We're going to have to buy food. We're going to have to grocer over the weekend. If we have to go to Bloemfontein, that's an extra cost, unnecessary, unneeded. So this city must provide for the staff accommodation, retail needs, schooling for their kids, but also the over 5,000 that's going to hit 10,000 in the next 5 years that are going to spend in higher education. Ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, of those 5,000 students, if mom and dad cannot pay Uncle Nasfa's place, if Uncle Nasfas doesn't pay, private funders are paying. There is not a single student that goes to university where there's no one that pays for. And those 5,000 to 10,000 students are here. They spend their money here, committed for 5 years. It could be more, and even better. Institutions of higher learning are enduring institutions by nature. They never close. So if you want to anchor your investment support or strategy, you must know we have an enduring institution that all it needs your support, and it will pay you for it. They're never going to ask for anything for free. If we want water, we'll pay for it. If we want electricity, we'll pay for it. If we want food for our kids, they'll buy for it. So there's a place that you can anchor your investment strategy. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I think, Mr. Sompondo, one of the things you really didn't address is that you've seen the university in Matjhabeng is not supposed to play a spectator part. The university in Matjhabeng must be a player in the field of developing Matjhabeng. The reason we have challenges in areas where universities are anchored is because the local government, politicians, administration have forgotten that the role of universities is to think and solve problems. We've taken them as spectators in the development, not as participants in the development. The water crisis, university in this area must be thinking, what do we do with the water crisis? The roads, the infrastructure and things like that. And therefore, universities by their nature, they are sort of channels of new knowledge that is intended to solve the societal problems, not outside the societal problems. And therefore, I would like to encourage that the municipality uses the resources of researchers in this area, use
uses the resources of students who are based in this area, so that students do not study outside the context, that they are part of the context. And therefore, I want to challenge, I haven't seen the university involved in addressing challenges in this municipality, and therefore I think part of the partnership we need to have is to see how can the institution of higher learning that in NCAT in Matjhabeng can assist in addressing challenges that are faced by this municipality. Another round of applause to Mr. Mpondo, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mr. Mpondo. We're now moving to the acting municipal manager, Dr. Vuyo Adams, to basically give us what has been achieved with all the summits that we've had, so that we can see how do people forge partnership with this municipality. And I think, acting municipal manager, you've had people are challenging you. We want to be part of this development. We want to assist you in solving your problems. What is our role and what can we do? A round of applause for the acting municipal manager, ladies and gentlemen.
Honorable Executive Mayor, just on a light note, you now know my new surname is Adams. Mr. Cooper has introduced me as having said that, my name is Vuyo Adonis, the acting municipal manager in Matjhabeng. Collegiality dictates that I must do the right thing. And that collegiality, of course, will be commensurate with benevolence anchored by the African adage of Ubuntu. When you have visitors in your area, you've got to greet them. But in greeting them, of course, you've got to be sure that you are not oblivious of the fact that there's protocol that has to be observed. And in observing that protocol, let me be prudent in doing so. Executive Mayor, your distinguished MMCs, the members of the executive management team that I'm responsible for, and wonderful investors, people in the main who have an interest of this place at heart. Your presence here is a clear indication that you have the interest of our place at heart. You did not only listen or responded to our request to join us today, but of course you said you'll be part and parcel of Matjhabeng in this new journey that is informed by an understanding that says it's not only enough to interpret the world, but what becomes important is to change the world. And in doing so, you said, we are going to hold hands together with you, Matjhabeng, to change your wars, and your wars must be benefits for the community of Matjhabeng. And my talk to you today is just going to be very, very brief. I think the Executive Mayor has made a very clear, elaborate history where we come from as a town that ultimately conglomerated into 6 towns called Matjhabeng. The mining area is declined, up to where we are today. But having said that, premised on what I said before, we did not sit on our laurels and said the mining is declining, nothing is happening. As a municipality, we made a conscious decision to reimagine the future of this place. We did not say it's doom and gloom. We said we've got to do something about this place. And all these initiatives that culminate into the initiative we have today, an initiative that has shown that there is movement, good pace towards what we want to achieve. We've made that conscious decision because the municipality recognized its responsibility to ensure economic transformation that will require those of us not to sit on hopefulness, not to say that we hope things will happen, but of course directed our efforts in ensuring who do we need together, because a realization is that you can't do this alone. Naturally, Executive Mayor, human beings are gregarious animals. They need other animals for them to develop. They need other animals for them to be futuristic and ensure the realization of that destiny. We thought of strategic partnerships. We thought of people who will carry with us the burden of taking Matjhabeng out of its wood to be where it's supposed to be. That is why today's session talks about that from commitments to construction. That because we've committed to this, but how do we realize these commitments? How do we ensure that these commitments are able to yield the intended and of course the benefits that all of us are looking for? Today's presentation will provide an overview of the commitments made during previous summits, because all of you will be alive to the reality that you've had summits before. But today's presentation will also give an overview of the commitments made in the previous summit, the progress achieved thus far, the challenges that remain, and of course the opportunities that lie ahead. I always say, colleagues, any municipality, any place has got opportunities, because you've got natural endowments that you can tap on. You've got the sun, you've got the air, you've got the wind, you've got people. These are endowments that make things happen for the economy or economies to thrive. But where do we start? Why this symposium? And why does it matter? For decades, Matjhabeng's economy was built on mining, as I have alluded to. As mining declined, our municipality faced difficulties. And these difficulties, we countenance them on daily basis. We experience them on daily basis. And these are rising unemployment that we see every day, to an extent that had a ripple effect on our client base. And as a consequence of that, the municipality experienced the declining municipal revenues. our revenue base shrank to a point where we are today. Aging infrastructure reduced investor confidence because people left. When the mining industry declined, people left. They went to Rustenburg, they went to other areas because necessarily the economy of this place hinged or was anchored in the main by the mining industry. And as I indicated before, as a municipality, we took a conscious decision to say we must change that situation for the better. These initiatives are commensurate with that commitment made by the municipality. And looking back from goal to growth, for many years, our economy depended on one industry, as I said, and the mining employment declined dramatically, leaving communities with difficult questions. How do we diversify our economy? As a municipality, we sat down, how do we do that? Because I would not want to say, Mr. Cooper, that we're stereotypic. But of course, the thinking at that time was that the economy of this place will hinge on mining. But as a municipality, which found itself in this particular situation, sat down and asked the question, how do we diversify the economy? How do we create sustainable jobs? Remember the municipality from 2000, all municipalities became municipalities of development, sustainable development municipalities. That is why they have what is called integrated development plans, because they are premised and anchored on development. We also ask a question, how do we build confidence? We lost confidence or the trust of many, including investors, who said, what's the point of me going there? What's the point of me going back to the place that is an embodiment of gloom and doom? What should Matjhabeng become? These are the hard questions that we ask ourselves. And our answer is still evolving, but one thing is clear: the future cannot depend on nostalgia. We are very clear that our future cannot remain in the past. We cannot be whining and we cannot be crying and moaning, but we've got to do something about our future. I'll try and be short, Program Director, but our vision, the Matjhabeng we want to build, we envision, one, a diversified economy, shifting from where we were before, the thinking and the philosophy that informed our decision then. And we envision a diversified economy, modern infrastructure, energy security, competitive industries, thriving small businesses, sustainable employment. Of course, sustainable employment will always, not sometimes, always pursue sustainable livelihood. Because with sustainable livelihoods, we're sure that a child will not sleep without food on the table. And these initiatives are also all about that. But let's look at the journey. In 2023, in other words, 3 years back, we had this is not a first initiative of its kind. That is why I'm saying, let's go back and check the journey that we traversed from all the investment summits that we had up to where we are today with this symposium. In 2023, we were rebuilding the confidence because it was necessary. Opening discussions with investors. In so doing, you create an environment an environment conducive for investors to feel confident about the risk that they are going to take about their monies. You have a responsibility. They say, CFO, in financial management, the higher the risk, the higher the rate of return. So as you come here and invest, we needed to do one thing as Matjhabeng, to ensure that we build an environment where it will be easier for you to take a decision to come and invest here. So that's what we did with the investment in 2023. And we started opening discussions. Some soothsayers and doomsayers might have said, Executive Mayor, you are dreaming, you are too ambitious. But here we are today. They normally say practice will always be the only thing that tells you that that theory is working. And in 2025, launching the investment platform, because after having built this foundation, you need that platform where investors can be confident enough to come to you as a municipality and talk to you about their initiatives. We normally say, not only here, but throughout the country, and with whosoever is interested in our area, we say we are hungry for investors, we are hungry for investment. And I still want to see any of you ensuring that our insatiable hunger for investment is of course fulfilled. And I'm sure you're not going to disappoint us. And in 2026, the same 2025, remember, I said we have this journey that started in 2023, and in 2025, we also presented opportunities in energy, logistics, and manufacturing. Tetra 4 is an example. Your R30, the SEZ that we spoke about are a very good example that this is where we want to go. We created an environment that will make it easier for you as investors to be confident enough and convince even your partners and your allies to say, come to Matjhabeng, because they've got a very good business case that they're making that is appealing to you as investors. And in 2026 today, we're reporting on progress, moving from commitments to implementation. The work has been slower, more complex than many expected, but progress is visible. And I must state for the record that you see, in building the economies, especially from where we come from, it's not going to be an overnight thing. The road will be undulating. The road will be countenanced with so many hurdles that we've got to cross. And our responsibility is to ensure that we keep the promise we made to you, that we will ensure that your investment, your commitment in this place is protected. This is what we are about. In fact, I normally say, and when I talk to the CFO, I say, our definition must be investment hunger. That's our definition, because from time to time, wherever we go, in our imbizos, in our meetings, in our interaction with whoever, that is our message. Come to Matjhabeng, come and invest. We are with you, and we will protect whatever you will have invested there. We'll ensure together with you that you are able to elicit benefits out of your investment. Key commitments that were made from 2025, because this was not just a talk show, the 2025 summit. There were key commitments that were made. Investment pledges secured between 41 billion and 49 billion. investment sectors that were involved: renewable energy, utility modernization, manufacturing, logistics, biofuels, infrastructure development. Implementation between signing agreements and breaking ground lies in ensuring that these commitments, before I go there, in ensuring that these commitments realize what has to be achieved. You've got to take a walkabout in our area. Go and check, go and move around Matjhabeng and see what we're talking about. And fortunately, many and some of the people that made these commitments in 2025 are with us, are here to attest to the reality that we are alluding to today. Implementation, colleagues, between signing agreements and breaking ground lies a difficult process. Of course, environmental approval, financing negotiations, regulatory compliance, infrastructure readiness, community consultation, construction timelines. I think the mayor spoke about our visit and our meeting with the Minister of Transport, Minister Barbara Christie. These are the engagements we're making together with our investors or potential investors that will hold one another by hand and go and open these doors that will make life easier for us. We will be there when you do these initiatives. We're not going to leave you in a lurch. We are together with you. I'm still on progress that we made in 2025. The total investment and infrastructure pipeline to the tune of 27 billion. The major programs: water and sanitation, upgrades, electricity modernization, road rehabilitation, logistics infrastructure, renewable energy, industrial development. Today we are reporting movement, not just ambition. The Minister of Water and Sanitation was here. If you want reference to what I'm talking about, Minister Matjhabeng was here to open the projects relating to our water project. I think that I'm talking about 3-4 months ago, under correction. And water sanitation, of course, sewer and wastewater programs to the tune of 4.2 billion, pump station rehabilitation, wastewater treatment upgrades, network improvements, already invested 947 million, water infrastructure replacement programs, replacing aging infrastructure responsible for approximately 85% of water losses. These initiatives, colleagues, all this is the commitment also made by Matjhabeng together with the national government, the provincial government, the entire IGR community, to ensure that we create an environment for the business sector to invest in our area. We're not just doing these for ourselves, but ensuring that when you have invested here, you don't have a problem of water, you don't have a problem of electricity, you don't have things that will make it easier for you to realize your investment initiatives and opportunities that go together with them. Lastly, Mr. Kupe, I can see your eyes. You are looking at me with askance eyes. A difficult question investors continue to ask: can Matjhabeng guarantee reliable energy? Our response: we have an integrated program to the tune of 18.3 billion, combining grid rehabilitation, renewable energy, battery storage, embedded generation. Energy security is not optional, it is essential. You need electricity. it's a must. It's a must for development to be realized. Renewable energy pipelines, more than 1 gigawatt under development. The major projects are as follows. These are projects that when you move around Matjhabeng, you are able to realize many of them. Some are still in the pipeline. But these commitments, as we said, is from commitment to construction. And as I said to you, colleagues, Rome was never built within a day, but all in the pipeline, and we are steadfast and sure, very firm to the understanding that the commitment made is going to be realized. And these major projects, the Nepal Solar, Middlepent Solar, Blue Mook BESS, RDL BESS, and the private energy investment to the tune of 10 to 13 billion. The Welcome Cargo Airport that the mayor spoke about, we are still committed to that project, whose investment is alluded to the tune of 5 billion. The Vision International Cargo Airport, about this project, passenger terminal, logistics hub, freight corridor, commercial launch, the following: International Cargo Airport, passenger terminal, logistics hub, and freight corridor. That is why I said to you, colleagues, we took the potential investors to the minister. Because at some stage or the other, Mr. Cooper, the minister said, I don't know this project. We then said, we are legit about this project. Whoever is a doomsayer or a soothsayer about this, we are real, we are focused, we want to change that project, that airport, into being a functional airport that is going to realize our economic intentions. And lastly, Mr. Cooper, can I just indicate to you that major investors that came before, and some are here today, to attest to that if I am telling a blatant lie. Mulilo made a commitment to the tune of 10 to 13 billion. Spectrum Utility made a commitment 15 to 20 billion. Hunger Steel 1.5 billion. EOG Group $65 US. Sebastian Group 13.5 billion. Total commitment 41 to 49 billion. And fortunately, I'm talking about people who are here. And our invitation to you, Mr. Cooper, you've alluded to the fact that we're not going only to end up here. Our request, and our humble request for that matter, is that this afternoon, the investors or potential investors must continue to make that commitment that will make this place a livable place, a place of a booming economy. We are expecting potential investors to talk to us this afternoon when we engage again in the afternoon session to say, I'm a potential investor, you've made business case to me that makes an investment sense to me. So we're expecting that from you. And having said that, colleagues, let me conclude by saying, as we conclude today's symposium, it is important to recognize that the transformation of Matjhabeng will not be achieved through government action alone, nor will it be realized through investment commitments in isolation. Sustainable development requires collaboration, trust, and a shared commitment to long-term progress. We therefore extend an open invitation to investors and development partners to join us in shaping the future of our area, to invest in our industries, participate in our infrastructure programs, support our entrepreneurs, and contribute to the development of an economy that is inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. Thank you very much.
another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Dr. Adonis. And I think when the symposium talks to partnerships, I think the partnership should not only be horizontal, it should also be vertical. I think from the Central University of Technology, there's about 41 to 49 billion rands coming into this municipality. And I think there are engineers that are at the airport that will be working on all of these projects. And I think we need to find a way of how students can be part of this initiative so that they can learn and be able to be skilled to that effect. Dr. Adonis, again, thank you very much for giving us an update. I think it's worth our while to have this event because I think from what you've said or you presented to us, there are signs of what is happening. And I'm hoping that all the companies that you've mentioned in the afternoon when we do these commitments will also come and give us an update on where they are in terms of their investment and where the projects are now and the time frames that they are envisaging in terms of completing these projects. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to suggest that before we go deeper into the projects, the next session is now about detailed projects that are taking place in Matjhabeng. What is the municipality doing? I wanted to request that we take a 10-minute stretch break, 5 to 10 minute stretch break, and then we basically come back so that we can start with a detailed discussion. The time now is 12:10, and I would like us to start at 12:20. Thank you very much, ladies and just a break, 10 minutes break. Thank you.
Now, going to move from commitment to construction, from discussions to decisions, from plans to projects. Our CFO, Mr. Thabo Panyani, will be basically giving us a presentation on a number of catalytic projects that Matjhabeng has invested in order to attract further investment. I think what is important is that the government that cannot invest in itself cannot expect other people to invest in it. And therefore, I would like to ask the CFO of Matjhabeng, Mr. Thabo Panyani, to give us a presentation on the catalytic project. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Panyani.
Good afternoon to the Executive Mayor, Your Excellency, to our honorable councillors and MMC in the room, to our business partners who are here today, the investors at large that has been invited by the municipality, to our university, Central University of Technology, to the officials of the municipality, and all the officials of government that are here, to the potential future investors that have come to attend the investment symposium with us today. Good afternoon, greetings to everyone. As you will see, there's a video, the clip that the team is playing at the back there. The video clip, its aim is just to show and highlight the projects that have been implemented by the municipality through the vision of the council, led by the executive mayor, our honorable executive mayor, Dr. Thandukolo Khalipa. Those are some of the projects that have been implemented. The pump stations that you see there, all those projects, they were implemented between the period of 2022 up until today. It is a project that Your Excellency Executive Mayor was talking to say we had a project that is currently taking place of about 4.2 billion. That is currently is part of the direct investment that is coming within the government, where we are implementing that project through our implementing agents, being Val Central Water Board, as well as the Department of Water and Sanitation. So the reason why we play the clip is to showcase that the vision that the council, through the leadership of the executive mayor, started 5 years ago or 4 years ago, since 2021, 2022, that vision is not just a vision that is in a pipeline, it's a vision that is being realized through these projects, because the investment strategy of the municipality was based on both internal investment within government that deals with infrastructure, as well as external investment through private sector, as well as foreign, that is direct investment. So those are the categories of investments that we've been busy with over a period of 4 years. So it's part of the works that has been done. You'll see also some of the clip, that is the Eldori pump station. It's a newly refurbished that is pump station. Because as the executive mayor was saying in his speech, that when this new administration took place in 2021, they crafted a vision through a strategic planning session where we analyzed the situation of the municipality. We did a situational analysis, and then we saw all the weaknesses, the challenges that the municipality has, and then we took a strategy of building up on investments, because we realized that if we leave the status quo, the situation will even be worse, and the situation will be dire going forward. That is why you see our colleague from CUT here was citing an example of a failed state. The example that he was citing about the situation of Grahamstown, the Makana local municipality there, it's a symbol of a failed state where there is no vision. Here's an institution is doing very well. It's an academic institution doing very well. Those who know Rhodes University is one of the best universities that we have within the South African and the African continent. So the example that he was showing there, because there was a lack of vision in that council, the university could not grow any further. Because there was a lack of vision there, the university ended up becoming stagnant, that is standing at those 9,100 learners, whereas it's a university with a huge potential. So I think here in Matjhabeng, based on the visionary leadership, we are doing that. We are doing whatever that we are doing, following the vision of council, the vision of the leadership of council, led by the executive mayor and the MMCs on the table there. We are exactly trying to avoid a situation whereby history will judge us wrong. Most of the investments and the vision that we are putting on board here, it will not necessarily benefit the current council. It will benefit councils to come. It will not necessarily benefit the generation that is in the room. It will benefit the generations to come, our children and our children's children. So we started this approach now of having a forward, that is a forward thinking and a forward look as far as the investment is concerned. So we started the process. This is where we are now as far as investment is concerned. We are showcasing in this particular video some of the assets that we have within the municipality. You will see, they will also showcase some of the projects that are being implemented that is within the municipality, showing what the municipal manager was showing us here, from us moving from becoming a mining town, the innovation of mining, and also taking the municipality in other level. You see that also this clip is all about that. If you can just have a look as it goes. It's a very short clip. As it goes, it's just trying to narrate that is the story within the municipality.
Investment Summit 2026. From commitments to construction, building strategic partnerships to unlock Matjhabeng's next wave of investment. For generations, Matjhabeng has been a place where opportunity has been unearthed. Our story began deep beneath the earth, where the discovery of gold transformed this region into one of South Africa's greatest mining capitals. From the rich gold fields of Belgium to the thriving mining communities across our municipality, Matjhabeng became a symbol of resilience, innovation, and economic prosperity. Our very name, Matjhabeng, meaning where nations meet, reflects a proud history of people from across Southern Africa and beyond who came together with one purpose: to build a future. Through mining, they built industries, communities, families, and a legacy that continues to shape our municipality today. Today, we stand at the beginning of a new chapter. While gold laid our foundation, the future is being written through innovation, sustainability, and strategic investment. Matjhabeng is no longer defined only by what lies beneath the ground. It is becoming a diversified investment destination, where mining, renewable energy, manufacturing, logistics, agriculture, and technology converge to unlock new economic opportunities. The winds of change are already here. Across our municipalities, utility-scale solar energy projects are harnessing one of our greatest natural resources, abundant sunshine, to power industry, create employment that supports South Africa's transition to a greener economy. At the same time, another extraordinary discovery is placed Matjhabeng on the global investment. The Virginia Gas Project, operated by Tetra has revealed one of the world's significant onshore concentrations of helium and natural gas. Helium, an essential resource for advanced technologies including medical equipment, aerospace, semiconductors, and scientific research, is positioning Matjhabeng as a strategic contributor to the industries of tomorrow. This is more than a discovery. It is the birth of a new industrial frontier. From gold to gas, from traditional mining to clean energy, from extraction to beneficiation, Matjhabeng is embracing a future driven by innovation and sustainable growth. Our strategic location, established infrastructure, skilled workforce, industrial heritage, and commitment to public-private partnerships make Matjhabeng an ideal destination for investment. Today, we invite investors, financiers, entrepreneurs, innovators, and development partners to become part of this transformation. Together, we can unlock opportunities in renewable energy, in advanced manufacturing, in mining and mineral beneficiation, in logistics, in agriculture and agri-processing, in infrastructure development, and in the industries that will define the next generation of economic growth. This investment summit is more than a gathering. to calamity, a commitment to inclusive economic growth, a commitment to creating jobs, rebuilding industries, and restoring confidence in one of South Africa's most promising investing destinations. The time to invest is now. The opportunities are available. The partnerships welcome to China, where our rich mining heritage inspires a bold future, where innovation meets opportunity, where nations and investment builds strength.
Okay, thank you. We just wanted to show those kind of projects and the work that is currently taking place. Program Director, in his presentation, Dr. Adonisi has shown a slide whereby he was showing that in the last investment summit that we had, there was a slide that showed that we managed to raise between 41 and 49, that is billion commitments on investment, about 50 billion if I could just take it in terms of averages. Now, what does that mean? I think first of all, you will see this afternoon, Program Director, we will call upon the investors who pledged or who gave commitments in the last summit, and we would like to have a report from them to say how far are they with implementation. One of the reasons we do that, we want to showcase that the symposium that we have today, because we decided to say we have an investment symposium as part of engaging to see the value in the investments that we had that is in the past. So they will give a brief directly from the CEO and the directors of those companies. They will give a brief and tell us what is it that they have done from the last investment summit till to date, what work that has taken place to really prove that when we are here, we are not only here to just talk the summit or the investment or the symposium, but there is a lot of work that is being done behind the scenes. And also, what will also will be taking place, maybe just to take back, especially for the benefit of the councillors who are here today, and also the members of the public. Why is Matjhabeng having so much driving force and driving investment so robustly? Why are we so much passionate and robustic as far as the investment is concerned? What is the reason behind the council and the administration that is driving that force? If you look at the figures there, 50 billion. The mayor mentioned something in his speech that one of the reasons that we sat down and we analyzed was to say we can see that the mining is going down, meaning the revenue base is going down. People around the area, they're losing jobs. The job market is going down. There's an increase as far as the unemployment rate is concerned. Then we came up with these strategies of bringing external investors, more investors. Well, now, before I can talk about the number of jobs that have been created over the years through the investment that has been taking place, in particular to the energy sector that the municipality is driving. On the side of the municipality, if, for an example, we have a 50 billion investment or a 50 billion asset, how does it transfer back to the money in the account of the municipality? For us, for an example, if you come here in the municipality and you buy a piece of land and you build a property, or whether it's a building, it's a business, let's say your property that you are building is valued at 10 million rands. When you build a property of 10 million rands, what is the benefit for the municipality? One of our benefits is a property rates tax. Ultimately, when you put that asset from that land from 0 to 10 million, we will immediately have something that is called property rates tax that the municipality will benefit from. Now, let's say this is your house. On a value of a property of 10 million, The property rates tax for that is approximately 1%. Let's say, for an example, property rates tax for that property will be 100,000. Now, if we take 100,000 on a monthly basis, our benefit as a municipality from your property is 1,000 rand a month, which is an increase to the revenue base of the municipality. That is how we benefit, and all other beneficiaries, whether being it services, electricity, and so forth and so on. Now, let's go back now. When we invest in terms of the business, let's say now there on the board, we've got an investment asset that has came to the value of 50 billion rand. How does that amount to us in the municipality? A 50 billion rand asset in the municipality, in the long run, when the asset is fully realized, that asset will give us a property rate of 1% again, approximately. Now, that 1% of 50 billion amounts to approximately 500 million. So it simply means that as a municipality, for every 50 billion that there's an investment taking place in a form of an asset, there's a 500 million that ultimately will revert back to the municipality. 500 million in terms of our revenue will give us something like approximately, let's say 10 million a month. But immediately 500 million will increase the revenue base of the municipality from wherever it is to about 500 million more per annum. Now, our strategy, when we push investments, we push for many reasons. One, we want to create a conducive environment for investors to invest in our area. Two, we want to make sure that there is job creation. By investment, people will receive jobs. Now, since we had these projects that are running, these solar projects, all these type of the gas projects, we have seen a decline of people who are coming to flock into the municipal building, looking for jobs, looking for tenders. We have seen a decline. I see some of the businessmen in the room, which I know them. 5 years ago, they were always knocking in my office to say, CFO, we are looking for tenders. We are looking for quotations. We are looking for work. But since these investments that are taking place, I've seen some of them now, they are working in these private sector companies. They've got equipment that is working there. They've got taxis that are working there. There's even citizens that are working in these big projects. This is the reason why we drive the investment. And ultimately, it will create a sustainability on the side of the municipal revenue. Whilst it creates a conducive environment for investors and creates or builds a job creation within the area. So hence the passion and the drive that we are driving as a municipality, because we are not here to maintain the status quo. As this leadership, our role is to have a foreseeable eye. We are already determining the future. How will the future look like? Because ours is not to be here to maintain the status quo. Henceforth, besides the 50 billion that we have raised up to 2025, which is last year, we have a vision of raising another 100 billion and above. Bring more investors, bring more investment in the opportunity. And the opportunities are there, locally and internationally. Because as we go around, we meet a lot of people who are interested, that is to invest in the area. That is why in our slides here, we'll be showcasing now the future. How does the future look like? The good doctor here, Dr. Adonis, has just given us the status quo. We will be showing on the presentation the future, the opportunities that we have for investors in the room, and even other opportunities that the investors can bring and show us that these are the opportunities that we can bring forth, that is to the municipality. So we will be showing our catalyst projects going forward. So now the vision going forward, we are focusing at energy. We're still looking at the municipality as an energy hub. There are several engagements with the Minister of Electricity and Energy and also the province for the declaration of the municipality as an energy hub, because that's one of the business now that is booming around the area. Also, the bulk infrastructure will always be a most important thing, because you can have all these things, but if your infrastructure is not in a good state, it will not serve the purpose. It's important that in the process of building energy and the gas as a business, we must also build the infrastructure. And we're also looking at the opportunities of industrialization. People who can come within the area and bring manufacturing. The gentleman that was here from one of the presentation earlier, these are the engagements that we have. Further to that, we are also looking at industrialization and logistics, hence the special economic zone. Our special economic zone, one of the areas that it will be focusing on, it will be an area of bringing factories and bringing industries within the industrial zone, and also see to it that the issues of logistics are taken care of through the cargo airport that we are talking about. And ultimately, the institutional delivery. What do we mean by institutional delivery? The municipality is in the process. There's a council resolution that was given by the council for the municipality to build up a private entity, an entity of the municipality, whether you call it Matjhabeng Pty Ltd, but this entity will be specializing on fast-tracking the processes and the applications as far as the business proposals are concerned. Its objective will be just to build, that is investments, and then the opportunities within the municipality. The aim of that is also to reduce the red tape, to make sure that we don't have a lot of red tape. Things have to go, all the processes that are longer within the public sector, that is space. So as part of this project, the Catalyst project, we have critical projects that we will be highlighting today. A project on the integrated electricity upgrade, which is about just over 5 billion. We'll talk about that project. We'll also talk about the renewable, that is IPPs, and the best pipeline project that are still ongoing. We'll also be highlighting the progress as far as the Virginia plant, the helium gas is concerned, the water utility platform, our municipal waste platform, SEZ, airport, Pakisa, Centelina property. So these are the kind of the catalyst projects that I will just be highlighting now as we go with the presentation. It's very much important to note that we have started a process as a municipality through National Treasury, Infrastructure South Africa, as well as the Development Bank of South Africa. We have just put an application for a funding of an electricity, the grid upgrade platform, where we want to build now as a municipality infrastructure as far as electricity is concerned. So this project is one of the BFI projects. We applied at BFI for about 4.6 billion. And also, we also have a public grid infrastructure to the value of about 5.8 billion. So basically, with us as a municipality, the mayor has just highlighted that there's a project that we've made with BFI about 2-3 years ago of about 2.2 billion for the water infrastructure, the pipeline. That project has been approved, all processes. It will start that project within this financial year. This is part of the initiatives of these sessions that we had with the investors. So with that now we are moving towards electricity for the BFI, as well as the infrastructure, as well as the opportunities to build a data center within the area. That data center that can be powered by the solar, that is industries that are within the area. So it's another opportunity to the investors in the room, an opportunity of us building a big and a huge data center. Now the advantage of building a data center within Matjhabeng area, Matjhabeng we've got an excess electricity. And the reason why for that we have excess electricity and excess of power lines as far as electricity is concerned is as a result of the fact that as a mining towns, there was a lot of a pump in or investment of the electricity lines within the area for the benefit of the mines. Now that the mines are no longer growing, instead they are declining, it creates an environment and an opportunity of an excess as far as the electricity lines are concerned and as far as energy is concerned. Hence you see a lot of the solar plants that are coming, the investments that are here in the area and those that want to come. So we want to look at an opportunity through this project of building a data center that will be powered by the energy, whether being solar energy, opportunities that are taking place that is within the area. So it's one of the catalyst projects that we are bringing forth together with the infrastructure that is program that will be taking place. Now, this is Matjhabeng. We are inviting the generation and storage of partners as far as technology is concerned. There's an opportunity still for the battery energy storage. Firstly, the generation, meaning the utility scale, as far as the IPPs are concerned, through solar and bankable technologies. Now we're also looking at the battery storage, the capacity over and above the projects that are currently running here, which will now strengthen this network, will strengthen the grid, and this could be, it's a bankable that is project that is on its own. And I must also state that we've got also another investor in the room who will be doing some project of solar, who is also assisting us in this process. The company by the name of Sunelex. They are also going to be investing about 12.5 billion in the area to implement another solar project. So, but I think during the commitment phase and the progress of the investors in the room, program director will have an opportunity to engage with them because they are bringing an investment of about 12.5 that is billion in terms of the private investment as far as the generation of solar is concerned, which will assist in this project that we are bringing that is going forward. I've just highlighted that this project of 2.4 billion is also one of the babies of these investment summits. We applied for this about 3 years ago. We were successful. This project has now been approved. This project will be started to run. It will create jobs within an area. It will also create an opportunity for contractors and the service providers within the area to the value of about 2.4 billion. It's another conducive environment that we have successfully managed to achieve based on these sessions that we are having. We're going to have about 1,700 kilometers of the water recirculation network that will be refurbished, where we'll be moving pipes from asbestos pipes to PVC pipes. As part of the investment packages, we have identified 4 packages for investors that can take as far as the opportunity in the municipality here. Could be through capital blended finance, the pipe and civil works, digital. Part of that project, we will also be looking at the metering of the, after we have done the pipeline, we'll also look at the opportunity of metering, where we want to bring smart water meters, because the aim of the project is for us to reduce our water losses, which are currently sitting at around 63%, which we want to take them down to up to 20%. And after having done that, when we have done with the infrastructure, we want to introduce smart, that is water meters, whereby now we'll see to it that our water business is performing much more better than the current state. Okay, some of the slides, I'll just run them through for the sake of your time, because most of the matters are matters that I've spoken to Program Director. This particular slide, Program Director, is also showing the ongoing projects that are currently, that we are implementing within the area. There's a project that is already complete and operational. When you drive between Welkom, Virginia, going to Bloemfontein, you will see a huge solar plant there. Of the Springbok. It's also that solar plant is one of the initiatives that the people of Springbok, they came, they presented to the municipality through these sessions, and then we worked with them to see to it that that project is being took place, just to over 2.3 billion. And there's also currently a project that is underway that is done by Kauta, which is going to give us about 506 megawatts of electricity through solar. It's also about 4.4 billion. This project is ongoing. And also there's another one, Virginia solar plant, about 240 megawatts at a value of 2.8 billion. It's also ongoing. This one is under construction. There are these other projects that are in a pipeline. They have not yet started. They still are to start as part of the investments within the area. There's a middle plant solar for also 240 megawatts for about 4.4 billion, which means they've just informed us that it's at a financial close, which means they've just announced in April that the full funding of this project now it's in place for the project to take place. And also the Bloemhoek battery storage, which is also a project that is going to come. It's at a preferred bidder stage. It will also be an investment that comes that is within the area. So those are the opportunities. And we still are driving our special economic zone. About a month ago, we had a meeting with the department in Durban, where we're discussing solely our special economic zone. Is still ongoing. This is a special economic zone which we want to put. We are proposing along the airport of the municipality as a logistic hub, and the light industries and mixed development that needs to take place. You will see the helium gas company that is already within the area of R30. This is used to be Tetra 4. It's no longer Tetra 4 now. It's former Tetra 4. The company has been bought in by another international company, much more bigger than that is Tetra 4. We'll talk to that. And this is the distance within the R30. These are the areas where we are bringing development. And the SEZ is based on the helium discoveries that we have within the area. The municipality is one of the top 7 countries in the world that is holding a huge reserves of helium. So as the executive mayor was saying, this helium that we have here will run for the next centuries to come. In fact, the ultimate investment of this project will go over 1 trillion rands when they make estimations of the investment that are currently taking place and will take place in the future. So it will change. That is the face of this area. That is why our special economic zone is based on that investment, with all other investments that are coming within the area, being it logistic, the airport cargo, which we'll talk about. The CEO who was given that is here. He will give us further details on that. And also there's a required that is land control, full feasibility studies that are all relating to the SEZ that is currently underway. We've just talked to the helium gas. As of 6th of January 2026, Tetra 4, which is Renergen, has been acquired or has been bought by the company called ASP Isotopes. They've completed the acquisition. It's no longer Tetra 4 and Renergen now. The new company that has bought Tetra 4 is that company. When you have a moment, you can take the name and Google the name. You'll see this is a very big international company. In fact, it's a multi-billion-dollar company, that company, when you research, the one that are coming now and taking over the investment to the next level of the helium gas within the area. So they are currently operating phase 1 and commercializing the LNG that is operation that has already commenced, and also they are on a ramp-up stage as far as the other additional work streams are concerned. And they will also be in Q3, they will also operate, they will be fully operating phase 1, and they will immediately start with phase 2 as far as the helium that is gas is concerned. So there's a lot of activity that is taking place there. to save time, once again, I will not talk about that. Now, these are the companies, the investment prices in the industry around molecules. So these are the type of companies that uses the helium and the gas that is being manufactured to that particular plant. So out of helium, these are the different type of activities that you can get from medical field, from aerospace, automotive, telephone, mobile industry, and so forth and so on. So we also, as part of the Catalyst project, ongoing project, I've seen the team is here from Sebastian. They will give us an update. This is a project that they are doing. The airport hub is currently at a developmental phase. There's a lot of work that is taking place as far as compliance is concerned. I'm sure maybe some people in the room might ask themselves to say, but this project was long handed over in 2025 by the municipality. Why don't we see construction taking place? Unfortunately, when it comes to big investments like cargo airports, there's quite a huge compliance processes that are taking place. It doesn't mean that the fact that they are not building at our airport, there's nothing that is happening. The last meeting we had was with them and the Minister of Transport, led by the Executive Mayor, to further deal with the compliances and project. So it's also one of the projects that will take place, which is at an initial stage. They committed 5 billion. I don't know whether today they will take more money, and we are waiting for that as far as the investment is concerned. And also, the municipality, another opportunity that we have within the municipality, we still have huge land, huge commercial land that can be utilized for investment purposes. So, to the investors in the room who are here, who have not yet invested in the municipality, please be aware that we have huge pockets of land that can be utilized for industrial purposes, for factories, for anything that we can bring for others in the municipality. There's an opportunity. And also, as far as that is concerned, through the council, we try to put ways and means to fast track the acquisition of land for the purpose of investment and business. We fast track that. As long as you come and bring us bank guarantees that we are not a chance taker. What I also mentioned, we have come across a lot of chance takers in the past. A person will see there's a land, they will say we want to invest, and when you check them, they don't even have a 10 rand in their bank account. They're just like you. So if there's a good diligence process that we follow, when you say to us you want to invest, you say to us, fine, thank you very much, please give us bank guarantees. Can you see that you do have the money that you want to invest? So in as much as we have a lot of pocket of land, we are not just giving it, we need it. But when we see a potential, we immediately take an item to council and then we make sure that that investor has an opportunity to invest and put that is a situation that will make sure that that land is fully utilized and create more that is an opportunity for our citizens. These are some of the projects that have taken place. This project has just been completed with a value of 49 million. It's an industrial park that you will see as you enter the Vercom next to the market of the municipality. This project is about 1,400 that is area with an opportunity for office space. Those who come to invest in the area, we will be utilizing that. There's an opportunity as far as the industrial park. It's a project that is already complete. It just has to be handed over for the municipality to fully utilize. And also, we have an opportunity that still stands. We have a resource as a municipality here called Matjhabeng. There are potential investors who show interest since that they can invest immediately 100 million. They showed us bank guarantees. These investors that the 100 million that they can put in immediately as far as investing in Matjhabeng. But there's just some compliance issues that we are finalizing with the provincial government to see to it that these investors or any other investor, they get an opportunity to invest in this area. This area is a race course, one of the international
that when it's revamped, it can create a lot of job opportunities within the area. In fact, this is the second biggest race course in the country after what's the race course in Johannesburg again? Yes. So it's the second biggest. So there are opportunities that we can get after Thailand. I was asking that question yesterday. I just wanted to see that are we away in the room or are we really taking an afternoon nap? So after Thailand is the next biggest race course in the country. So there are opportunities as far as that race course is concerned. And an area that's in closing, as a close of presentation, the municipality now, after having said and having done all these processes, we realize that we cannot handle program director all these investments that are being easily. They are much more bigger than us as a council because they are private sector related in nature. Then we propose to council to open up a company, which will be the state-owned company. This company will be the company that is 100% owned by the council. So the company that belongs to council, it will be a private entity, and this private entity will run all these investment processes on behalf of council, and it will report to council. One of the reasons that we are doing that entity, the aim is to make sure that we short-circuit the red tape. Some of the investors, they get agitated to work with government officials because government officials will say here are part of government officials. In many instances, there's no sense of urgency. They don't understand. It's not all the time that when you appoint government officials, you have officials who are business acumen, who understand business. Then we realize that there is that leg. Then we took a move to open up a company, which is now an entity where business will deal with business. Council for that entity, when the time is right, they will appoint a board of directors and also appoint a CEO, and then that entity will deal with all these billion transactions that we are referring to and report back to council as one of the state-owned entities or municipal-owned entity owned by council. So, as part of the business of that, part of the vision of this company will deal with the portfolio sponsor, preparation, investor interface, and the entire governance. Now, one of the areas that we'll be doing as a company now, it will operate more like a council holding company, because it will still report to council, which council becomes a holding company. This will become a subsidiary of council. Now, this subsidiary will deal with issues now, because now we need to take and run the municipality as a business entity. The reason why municipalities stay in South Africa is because municipalities are not run as a business. And a municipality is a business. Remember, we are a public institution. As a public institution, we've got a board, which is the council. That is our board. And as a board, as a public company, we have shareholders. And these shareholders are the community members, are the businesses within the area. So as this holding company now, the public company being Matjhabeng, we want to come up with a subsidiary which will focus in turning things around. For an example, we want to have an energy special purpose vehicle, meaning within the main company, we will have another subsidiary company which will be focusing solely on running our energy business as a business, meaning we will run the electricity division and make it profitable. Because unfortunately, as a municipality, we cannot run a profitable company, we can run it as surplus, but these subsidiaries, they can run as profitable institutions, reporting back to the mother body being the council. And within the subsidiaries, they will also have a subsidiary for a water entity where our water now, we need to run it as well as business. You see, have a business of water, waste to energy, which I will just highlight the waste to energy. In fact, I just missed that slide, where we want to take our waste and then convert our waste and make is not utilized. Out of waste, we can do many things. We can have electricity, and you can do your farming products. There's just a lot that we can do out of waste. It's another opportunity, which we want to have our waste division and have it as an entity on its own, as well as the special economic zone. This is where now we deal with all the business sector as a subsidiary of this Matjhabeng Municipal Development Estate Company or Municipal Company, and also other assets like SPV. It will be running with other assets. So we'll have a company that is having about close to 5 to 10 subsidiaries. And the research is happening in the bigger networks. Your bigger networks like HMP Macro, HMP is specialized in this concept. And also the Metro Cape Town, they are number 2 after HMP as far as beneficiation and running the municipality as a business is concerned. So this is what the future holds. These are the opportunities that we have as a municipality. We are looking forward to engage with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Panyani. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Panyani. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Mr. Panyani. I think what the CFO has demonstrated is a progress that this municipality has been doing. And the aim of this sort of presentation is to just demonstrate that the municipality is looking far beyond what this business called the municipality should be doing. And in doing so, it wants to invite other partners to be able to be part and parcel of this journey. And therefore, Mr. Panyani, thank you very much. The numbers that you've really outlined for us on the presentation are very encouraging. We encourage you by what you guys are researching in terms of where you want to be, and also by the footsteps and the progress that you've really demonstrated in terms of what you've been looking at. But most importantly is to say that the municipality, with so much investment that is coming to the municipality, it wants to cut the red tape. It doesn't want people to come here and be frustrated with the number of red tape that normally takes place in the municipality. And therefore is looking at an entity that will be put in place that will make sure that red tape is cut and there's no one who's going to be standing in the queue, especially if they need to invest billions of rand into this municipality. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Mr. Panyani, for your presentation. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And the time now is 13:20. And I thought that we will give another presentation, but because our break is now going to take place at 1:30, I wanted to ask if are there any other questions that people would like to ask around where progress is within the municipality and any other important issues that people feel are important to reflect on what has been said by the mayor, by the executive mayor, progress that have been presented by the acting municipal manager, and lastly, specifics around projects that have been implemented by the municipality. So we want to open just for 15 minutes or so that people can ask some questions, clarifications around this, because after lunch, we would like all investors to come and sit in front and basically tell us a story in terms of where they are, what they've done, and what is it that they're expecting from the municipality, so that when the municipality goes back, it knows exactly what is it that is in their responsibility that needs to be covered. Are there any other people who would like to ask some questions or raise some issues? Yeah, I think people want to take lunch. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. No, I think we will get these as we go through this process, and therefore be able to ask people to come forward with their questions. What we would like to do after lunch, as we now break, we will come back at half past 2. The intention is, okay. We will come back at 2 o'clock. We'll come back at 2 o'clock. What I wanted to request from the investors is that if someone wants to do a 1-slide, 2-slide presentation when they do their own sort of presentation around what they have decided for this for Matjhabeng, would like them to come to me and basically talk to me about their presentation so that we can locate it into where it should be. So that when we come back after lunch, there's no struggle around who should be doing what. I think there's a head that is there. Can you please take the mic to the head?
Thank you, Program Director. Let me just acknowledge the President of the Executive Mayor, the representatives of the National Government, as well as the leaders of the industry. I'm using the company of 4Ms and solutions. Well presented, the presentations were very well, and the only element that I missed myself from the CFO probably was just to touch base on the governance area. This is quite important, or I'm missing the area of the governance, the compliance and so on. Thank you.
I don't know, CFO, did you understand the question? Can you repeat the question again? I also didn't hear you.
I must have missed the component of governance. Mostly in other municipalities, you will find that the municipalities financially is struggling to honor the obligations, the commitments with their state partners, like having the positions of audits and so on and so on. These to me is a gray area. I just thought about maybe the CFO just even the additional element to see where are we. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question? Is there another hand? Going 1, going 2. Okay, no. CFO, do you want to come in and just give them?
Thank you, Program Director. Once again, for the question on the issue of governance. It is a presentation, but because of time frames, we don't want to dwell much on it. As far as governance is concerned, first of all, the municipality, there are challenges. But what I can tell you is the municipality is in a good state in the sense that we pay the average structure of the month is like not financial viability. For example, recently you might have seen in the news where municipalities they are potentials that were withheld. One of them. Our reason for withheld was very simple. It was just a non-functioning of the committee called disciplinary board. That was our reason for the money withheld. But what I can tell you, despite us being withheld, we as a municipality were comfortably operating. We were able to pay salaries, without necessarily the money of grant being paid by national treasure. We're able to run our operations without any problems, not even sent over draft. So as far as that is concerned, there is a stability in the municipality. And also as far as the audit outcomes are concerned, we are also stable. Outcomes, we currently have a verified audit opinion. Our intention is to go unverified. The reason why we are verified is as a result of the challenges that are coming due to all the infrastructure that we have on electricity and water, which results us to charge electricity, also in particular water estimates, instead of actual revenues, which are as a result of the infrastructure. Henceforth, this initiative is to address those things at a sustainable approach. That is why we look at us to create an investment on issues of infrastructure. Like the project that we just in our end now, by Infrastructure South Africa, which will deal with the issue of the water houses, which are posing a challenge as far as our government is concerned. But we come up with a sustainable and a permanent solution by bringing these big projects. Because if now you deal with the issue of infrastructure, you no longer have challenges of the water houses, you no longer have challenges of the meter estimates, you only deal with actuals. So as far as the government is concerned, there's quite a progressive work that is taking place, but certainly today our focus was more on the investment, which will ultimately benefit and build the governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I think now that we go to take a break, we break it now up until 2 o'clock. We'll come back at 2 o'clock. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask people who are investors who want to basically present their proposal, their commitments to come to me, so that if there's any presentation they have, we can load it into the system, so that by the time they come forward, there's no hiccups around those investments. Thank you very much. We're taking a break now up until 2 o'clock. I'll be the one that will be chasing after everyone. I think lunch is served. Where's lunch? Lunch is served in the hall. I think we need to charge Can I have the mic that way? Apologies for this technical glitch. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, for waiting. And Executive Mayor, we know you were being engaged by the journalists there, but I think it is proper for us, before we get into our next session, to check, did anyone not get food in this hall? Did anyone not get food and a drink in this hall? So that we can't host people and not care whether they've eaten or not. It seems as though everyone has eaten. We know it's an afternoon session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming to us. What we had sort of promised was that this session, it's not about the municipality. This session is about investors. That they're very committed into Matjhabeng. Some of them are already having projects, but others are basically here to say, we also want to be interested, we also want to be counted. We are part and parcel of this municipality, and therefore we can see this potential and we want to utilize this potential. What we are going to ask each investor to do is to introduce themselves in terms of who they are, the name of their company, what position they hold in the company, and what is it that they are doing in Matjhabeng. But in areas where people want an opportunity is for them to tell us who they are, what business do they do, what is it they think they can contribute into this municipality. A round of applause to all investors, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to start with Mr. Bremer.
Thank you, Program Director. Honourable Executive Mayor, members of the Council, distinguished government officials, esteemed investors, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Brummer. I'm the CEO of Sebastian Investment Group. Good morning. As we gather here today, I would first like to acknowledge the incredible women present with us. This Sunday, South Africa celebrates National Women's Day. And it is fitting that we recognise the women who lead businesses, serve communities, build families, create opportunities and inspire future generations. To every woman in this room, thank you. Your courage, resilience and leadership continue to shape our nation. People often believe that construction is where a project begins. The reality is quite the opposite. Construction is the final chapter of years of vision, planning, approvals, partnerships and commitment. When the first machines arrive on site, the real work has already been done. Construction is not the beginning. Construction is the evidence that years of preparation has been successful. This is why we remain committed to completing every phase properly, professionally and responsibly. Because when we eventually build, we will build on solid foundations. And that leads me to our future. There will come a day when we can proudly say, today we are building a greater tomorrow. That day is no longer simply a dream. It is becoming a destination. We are proud to announce that we have set our sights on the 23rd of May 2031 as the official launch of the Falcom International Cargo Airport. That date represents much more than opening of an airport. It represents years of partnership, determination, belief, and refusing to give up on a vision that can transpire this region. And we thank the Honourable Executive Mayor for providing that vision. Ladies and gentlemen, projects like these have never been built by one organisation or one individual. They are built by governments willing to lead, investors willing to believe, professionals willing to serve, and communities that are willing to embrace them, partners willing to walk the journey together. Today I invite each of you not to simply witness this vision, but to become a part of it. Because of the decisions we make today will determine the opportunities available tomorrow. Together we have invested yesterday for a greater today. Together we are planning today for a greater tomorrow. And together we are designing today for an amazing future. And very soon, together we'll be building today for a greater tomorrow. Thank you for believing in this vision. Thank you for investing in the future of Welcome. I would like to hand over to Mr. Craig, who will be giving you a technical presentation. But before I do that, we have a video that I'd like to play, if you may allow us, Project Director. Thank you very much.
This is the story of a community that chose to believe in its future. For generations, Welcome helped shape South Africa's story through resilience, through the strength of ordinary people. A community that never stopped believing tomorrow could be better than today. Every remarkable development begins long before construction. It begins with vision, discipline, and planning. Every survey, every study, every conversation, every approval, because the strongest foundations are built long before the first concrete. This is not simply about building an airport. It is about building tomorrow. Building tomorrow, leaving a legacy. Every generation is given a choice to inherit the future or to help build it. This is the story of a community that chose to believe in its future. For generations, Welcome helped shape South Africa's story through resilience, through the strength of ordinary people. A community that never stopped believing tomorrow could be better than today. Every remarkable development begins long before construction. It begins with vision, discipline, and planning. Every survey, every study, every conversation, every approval, because the strongest foundations are built long before the first concrete is poured. This is not simply about building an airport. It is about building tomorrow. Building tomorrow, leaving a legacy.
Sorry about that. Not quite fit in there. We'll get it, make it work. So I'll take that out and hold it. I'll do it this way. Thank you, Mr. Honourable Executive Mayor, Councillor, to other distinguished guests. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come here and talk to you today. Since my family and my staff have come to Welcome over the last couple of months, we've found it a very friendly, open and hospitable place to be. So thank you all, the whole community, for accepting us with open arms. Hopefully that still stands in 4 hours' time when I finish my talk. So I'm going to talk more about the technical side of the airport. So as you know, Sebastian is the investor, and then from that they've invested in the community. And why Welcome? Welcome because it's a strategic location. It's central to South Africa. It's lovely flat ground, perfect for an airport. There is demand here. It has a huge impact on the community for when the airport's constructed, and it can be integrated with the road network and rail network for Africa. So who's HCP? So I work for HCP. I am the Regional Director for Africa. So HCP is a Dubai-based company. We have 5 subsidiary companies working under us across 4 continents, 10 countries and over 60 plus years of experience. We have a global track record of working on large aviation projects. We're currently working with Heathrow Airport upgrade, the Zahid International Airport, the design of the new Lisbon Airport, the Welcome Airport, of course, and the King Salim International Airport and the new International Airport in Kuwait. They're just some of the projects we are currently doing around the world. How the partnership works. So Welcome Airport Proprietary Limited is a subsidiary of Sebastian, who is the investor. They've contracted us as the engineers and project management for the building and construction of the Welcome Airport. That being up the facility, and then we work into there into the South African market. Okay, the engineering reality. Making sure this works. Right. There we go. The engineering reality. Airports are not quick things to build. Okay, there's 5 to 6 years from when you first start to when it's completed. There is 9 phases to go. And there will be approximately 12,000 workers at the peak, and we're looking at building 8.2 kilometres of runway. So this is not a small airport. So other airports that are not always the same size but are similar in complexity are the 2 you see there, and they've had these across the board. The first one was built in the Soviet era, so in the 1970s. They had 30,000 workers and took 4 years. The other one is an ongoing project in the Middle East, and that is expected to have 120,000 workers over the term, but that is a lot larger, but not having to build some of the other stuff we have to build here. So the Welcome Airport is not a small project, it is not a small airport, it is one of the biggest ones around. Sorry. So the scope of the work to be completed. So we're doing a dual long-haul runways with international domestic terminals with cargo, MRO maintenance hangars, which are to actually fix and repair aircraft. We'll have a jet fuel farm and a mini refinery, independent power and water, emergency medical services, and the construction platform, which we're doing now, which is phase 4, which is building everything we need for it. So the 9 phases are over 5 to 6 years. Each phase is important, and each one unlocks the next. There may, though, be simultaneous operations and phases, as some things close earlier than others. Some of those phases have already been started over the last 2 years, as we're moving on now into the major early works and enabling. So building an airport is not like just putting a bit of concrete on a flat piece of ground. It is a technically demanding civil engineering challenge. So we are building true runways, so 8.2 kilometres of runway, which have a tolerance of plus or minus 3 mil over every 3 metre span. That allows for aircraft to land in near zero visibility at any time and not basically crash the aircraft. That's where you want it. So it's going to take a massive amount of earthworks and millions of tonnes of concrete and asphalt to actually build it, and as well as all the precision electronics to go with that. But before construction will start, we have to build the actual infrastructure to support the construction of the actual airport. That includes the construction of a construction village to house the 12,000 workforce we need. We have to have on-site asphalt and concrete batching plants that will be operational 24/7 to keep the amount of work we need to actually get the pavement done. We need groundwater bore field and treatment, so we can't rely on water from the community. We have to have our own water source that's going to be for that construction phase and for the operational phase of the airport. We also have to have power generation facilities to run all the plant and equipment that needs for the construction. And then internal logistic networks of roads, so haul roads for all the machinery to drive around, and then all the perimeter fencing that goes with that. At peak construction, as I said before, there'll be 7,000 to 12,000 workers. This is when we are doing the pavement of the actual runways at apron areas, as well as then starting to build the structures themselves. So actually, when we start building the buildings. But every system, every flight depends on extra stuff that's not just a nice flat one-way strip and some buildings. We need a fuel farm that has to be to provide all the fuel and to the standards required to have the aircraft get filled up on time and safely. We have all the air traffic control, communication, navigation aids that go through it. We have to have independent power generation with N+1 redundancy, so the airport can never be out of power. So we need to make sure that there's redundancy there, that we're not relying on or taking power from the community. We actually have our own power source, even though in the future it will be grid connected. And that is the same with the groundwater treatment. We are not going to take water from the community. We have our own treatment plant to provide water for the community, for the airport and all subsidiaries for that. There'd be an international and domestic terminal with all the border control and customs that come along with that. Sorry, I've got one too many. No, also, there will be a cargo precinct. So this is mainly a cargo airport. So all the stuff that comes with that, which is cold storage, hangars. You've got all your warehousing and stuff that comes with it, with logistics chains, and how would that maps into and links into the road and rail network. We also got to have maintenance facilities, as I said before, with MRO maintenance hangars. Now, MRO hangar is not the same as just a shed you put your plane in. These are designed for maintenance and repairs of large aircraft, big enough to handle wide-body aircraft with underground pits for maintenance works and everything else. We also have a medical centre and emergency services. Initially, the medical centre will be supporting the construction crew to make sure that anyone gets sick or injured on site is cared for in an effective way. Then that will be then moved into treating ongoing in the community in the future, and also all the emergency services with ARF, the airport fire services and everything, and other emergency departments that are required to make an airport run. Now, no airport can be designed without going through a whole lot of legal regulations. So it's the certification gauntlet. First, you have to deal with the global bodies. And this is what we've been doing for the past year and a half, 2 years, is going through the global bodies you have to go through before you can get an airport off the ground. Going through their KO, AR2 and JIG and EI. We then move into the local regulators, which is the Environmental Impact Assessment, the South African Civil Aviation Authority, and then finally we get to the end when you think the whole thing's nice and fresh and new, and then we have 12 months of testing to make sure that it's safe. Now, testing and calibration includes emergency drills, stress tests, and calibration flights. None of this can be done virtually, so you actually have to land planes, different size planes, over and over again on the airport to make sure that all those instrumentation are correct, so the planes can land within a millimetre precision. Once it is operational, there is 2 entities working on the airport, and this is deliberate by design. You will have Welcome Airport Proprietary Limited, which is the owner, and do all the strategic planning for the airport, all upgrades and everything else. And then you'll have AMS, which is the operator, and they do the day-to-day running of the airport and then make sure everything runs smoothly. These are separated for a purpose, so you have the company making decisions on if you need to expand or anything else, separate from the company who makes decisions on the day-to-day running. The numbers that matter, beyond aviation though, and all the ones that people care about, is there's going to be 12,000 plus workers at the peak of construction. Once operational, there'll be approximately 2,900 workers who will be required to work and operate an airport of this size. That is not including customs, police or other government departments. This would be a large aerotropolis and the biggest one in the Free State. It's 5-6 years to take it come into fruition. On top of that, we're also building a training and skills development facility. So not only do we want to have people work for us, we want to train them to a level of international standard in line with the South African National Qualification Framework, and then so they don't just get a job, they get a qualification and experience that they can use anywhere else in the world on any airport. We're also looking at doing local procurement to make sure that we use as many local providers and contractors as we can, and then working in with the exports of agriculture, mining and manufacturing. So the long-term development is an aerotropolis that would be, from day one, provides fiscal benefit to the community. So this is why the complexity of an airport demands the right team. So it's comparable in scale to the world's greatest aviation mega projects. There is 9 construction phases over a 6-year delivery window. A self-sufficient construction facility must be built before any of this can take place. Runways graded to plus or minus 3 mil tolerance in a 3 metre span over many kilometres. Regulatory certification by a whole raft of different regulatory bodies globally and locally. And an estimated workforce of 12,000 plus workers to be managed across to get this all up and running. So that is a large benefit to the community and for while that's taking place in the construction and for afterwards in the operation of it all. So thank you very much for your time. I've sort of rushed this very quickly because I don't have that sort of time, so I hope you understand my Australian accent and I hope to get to meet you all more in person later on. Thank you.
Thanks. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I think, and the reason, we had sort of allowed this sort of presentation to extend a bit longer is because it has been in the past investment conferences we've had. We've talked about this investment, but we've never really understood the intricacies of this investment. And I think what we now have had, thank you very much, is the number of jobs that are going to be created, 12,000 jobs to be created. I think initially when the representative from CUT said they only had 5,000 students, they still need to up the game because we need about 7,000 to 12,000 people who are going to be working in this institution. We will therefore ask each and everyone that comes in to just take 5 minutes to present on what they're doing, not as long as the other person have done. I think the next one is Mason Investment.
Thank you, Program Director. Greetings to the Executive Mayor and the management of Matjhabeng and to all dignitaries who are here today. I've been told that I must not go through my entire presentation, so I'm going to be brief. My name is Makosi Omo. I'm representing Mason Investments. It's a Johannesburg registered foreign direct investment company. With Dr. Albert, we are here for the first time in the investment, but we've been to Matjhabeng before. And we appreciate this opportunity. I'm actually a son of Matjhabeng. I'm from here in Welkom, in Henneman. But I met Dr. Harvard early last year in Johannesburg, where we engaged in some other sectors. So when I met her, and after the discussion that we had, I told her that we need to take these opportunities to Matjhabeng because the municipality has created a very conducive environment for investments and for the upliftment of the economic standard of Matjhabeng. So, as I've said, we are a private consulting company and foreign direct investment company that bridges international capital with South African opportunities. What we do is that we facilitate, package, and implement investment projects across energy, agriculture, smart city, medical, infrastructure, and education sectors. And all so that we can bring economic development in our communities and in particular Matjhabeng where we are. So we've packaged a specific document that entails all the activities that we do, and we've given it to the investment committee of Matjhabeng. So, what is it that we are going to bring to Matjhabeng? We have identified specific areas of interest where we are going to bring in investment. We want to bring a pharmaceutical manufacturing company to the SE zone in Matjhabeng. That will be coupled with a medical school so that our children can also do practicals and also study for medical related studies in the same institutions. We are also going to build a student village, a state-of-the-art student village that will accommodate up to 4,000 students, because we understand that there is a strong shortage of student accommodation in Matjhabeng. And we are also interested in the data center. I think the CFO, when he was presenting, mentioned the issue of the data center and the smart city. We're also interested in that. And the other area of key interest that we're working on is a private technical that will start enrolling from as early as grade 8 to ensure that our children are technically equipped during their studies, so that by the time they finish matric, already they are equipped, because we realize that most of our students, they graduate from FETs, from university, with only theory and lack of technical skills. So that private technical is going to ensure that from grade 8, our children start being equipped with technical skills. And we also want to invest in agriculture, where we want to bring to build a smart city that will have an agricultural research institute and a training center here in Matjhabeng, so that we can see the economy of Matjhabeng being developed. As Mason Investment Company, we have got networks all over the world. We've got partners in Canada, USA, China, and all these, so that we can connect Matjhabeng to global capital, technology, and expertise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We're now going to have some SUN presenting.
Thank you, Program Director. Oh, here it is. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor, Executive Mayor, Matjhabeng, all distinguished guests, protocol observed. My name is Dewald Pretorius. I am the CEO of a company called Spectrum Utility Management. If you see the previous screen, we're talking about turnkey investments into progressive, dynamic, sustainable cities in Africa. Now, we've been working on an investment model for South Africa for quite some time. We've been involved with local government for 35 years as a company. Our claim to fame when we started was we wrote financial systems for municipalities throughout South Africa, and eventually the system started working in Harare and Zimbabwe and the whole of Namibia. So there's some history with local government. Our background is obviously financial management, so we didn't come from an engineering background. We came from a financial background, and the system evolved over 35 years into infrastructure as well, and that's where we are today. So we have systems and solutions, obviously, that's fairly mature, that's been developed over 35 years and still relevant today, and that basically put us into a place where technology was not the problem anymore. We had to start looking at how to invest private sector funding in the public sector space. There was a question earlier in the session where a delegate here asked the question, how do you guarantee payments as local government when you start investing, or the guarantee services when you start investing into local government? Now that was a very valid question, and I think that was the question we were grappling with in 2020, when we started looking at what to do to assist local government from a private sector perspective, because we saw the problems looming, that local government has challenges and real big challenges. And I don't think it's a secret of what's happening all over the country. As a general statement, we have problems and we have to resolve it. Keeping that in mind, we started working on models with National Treasury, private sector. I'm talking about institutional investors, because commercial banks are not interested in this type of things. So we had to look at investors that have a long-term view on how to invest and get their returns. And I can tell you there's a lot of money in South Africa, and what we are doing, and you'll see a lot of my screens talk about proudly South African. We're a South African company with South African technology, competing with the international markets. Now, obviously, when you talk about South African solutions, international companies are not interested in your solutions because they want to fund their own. So that already put us in the back foot for many years, where we didn't have the backing of the financial institutions in South Africa to support the South African technologies. And I think many countries around the table here will agree with me that we don't have the same support from financial institutions in South Africa compared to the Americans, the Europeans, or the Chinese companies. Anyway, to cut a long story short, I met up with a company called MNP Capital in 2019, which today is a partner of us. The company is headed by Dr. Matthew Sposa. We are, our history is technology, his history is high finance. So it was a marriage in heaven, and what happened there, we could have access to high finance institutions to start looking at our modeling in terms of risk, and ultimately, to cut a long story short, I can announce for the past year and a half, we can now invest in uninvestable municipal markets on an enterprise scale. Now, I want to do a bit of a brag sheet here before I start with Matjhabeng. It's going to be a quick one. I'm not going to take too much of your time. Okay. So, concluded investment projects we've done from South Africa. Now, this is seen as a foreign direct investment into our neighboring countries. Now, this is our investment into, in this case, it's Eswatini. We are breaking the ground in Eswatini in October. The plant is starting to be erected. We're going to do a 96 megawatt baseload power station in Eswatini, first of its kind in Africa. It's not a solar plant, it's not wind, it's a green baseload power station. Now, if I can explain it easier, it's Medupi, like we know in South Africa. Instead of feeding it with coal, we have clean CO2. CO2 is the fuel to feed the plant and the energy in the plant. It's a 24/7 solution. The footprint of 100 megawatt is 5 hectares to generate that power consistently for 40 years. Similar to nuclear in terms of life cycles and maintenance, but it's a green technology that can be erected from start to full production in 2 years. We're very excited about this. The intention is, and I'm also whispering this a bit, the intention obviously of countries is to become energy secure, not being dependent on Eskom or any other source of energy outside their borders. So this fits in very nicely with the plan in that plan in Eswatini. The second one, I'll be sharing with you also a foreign direct investment from South Africa, from Matjhabeng, into Zimbabwe, where we're going to do a similar plant. The new assessment shows that the plant probably will be about 4 times bigger for that market. And that is also the type of investment that concluded within the Zimbabwe market. There's also, obviously, we're also playing in the energy sector, meaning that we play in generation and distribution, and the revenue part of that, meaning that the distribution infrastructure becomes very important. In Zimbabwe, they have similar problems as South Africa, where they have a lot of theft and vandalism in their distribution networks, which obviously put a lot of risk on energy security. And obviously in our solutions, as I said to you earlier, we matured in our solutions. We cater for solutions in terms of theft and vandalism in distribution. distribution infrastructure, be it water or electricity. This means, in this case, 47,000 transformers in Zimbabwe is going to be monitored by us to make sure that we can curb the challenges they face on distribution losses. The local project, as far as energy generation concerns, that we have concluded, and this is now, I must also emphasize, this is a project, now when you understand local government, you're only allowed to do a 3 to 5 year appointment through the FMI rules. So as soon as you go to a longer period, which most of the companies who are on the table here want to obviously propose, you have to go through a very tedious process to get to a long-term agreement. Now, the reason this is not a very big project, this is a 200 million rand project in my care, where we're going to put out a 10 megawatts solar farm with all the beautiful buildings going to be off-grid with rooftop PV. But I think the importance here is we went through that tedious process. It took us about a year and a half to conclude the deal because of the red tape, as the CFO also initially mentioned. To get these type of projects off the ground, it's not overnight. You have to work through a very tedious process to get to that point. You know, the problem is, if you're an investor, you cannot invest in a procurement process that's flawed. So the procurement process has to be secure. Otherwise, we're going to lose a lot of money as investors. Okay? Now, currently in South Africa, and Matjhabeng is included here, our investment methodology, and I'm going to show you exactly next week quickly the methodology that we follow to get to a bankable solution. Currently enrolled is Matjhabeng local municipality, Matosana local municipality, Imfuleni local municipality, Skirikwa local municipality, Rustenburg municipality, and Randwest municipality. Now, because we've developed an investment methodology to mitigate all risks, we are in a position now, obviously, to replicate the model through the various municipal clients. This is why we are on this stage. Currently, the total investment scope within that scope of municipalities is around 100 billion rand. That includes all aspects, and I'll explain to you what that will include. If I may, I'd like to pause this one, and then I'll go back to Matjhabeng. This is the methodology followed by expecting within 4 municipalities in South Africa. You'll see on your left-hand side, there's a column called revenue. This is the pillars we use to build the investment profile. On the middle, there is distribution infrastructure, and on the right, there is production, generation or water production. Now, you can agree with me that these things, if you try to finance or invest into individual components of this, your return on investment is going to be very, very difficult. So we have to go through a process to do a lot of data integrity work, because all municipalities don't always have the correct information. So obviously it's important to go through a physical assessment to the entire municipality, to look at the conditional assessment of all their assets as it relates to water and electricity, to determine market expectancy, values, where one is, what their conditions is, etc., etc. So on the left here, all of that is around risk, done 100% by us. And then that will, out of that one, out of the revenue component, which looks at specifically revenue in the municipality, that will then dictate the investment required to normalize revenue in the municipality. That is typically rates and taxes in your water and electricity consumption that is invoiced to our customers. On the right-hand side, you see, I'm going to refer to electricity, maybe an easier one to refer to. If you don't invest in electricity supply, you cannot invest in distribution. Now, there's a good reason for that. If I start investing billions in infrastructure, distribution infrastructure, and Eskom comes on the sideline and starts load-shedding me, what happens? My infrastructure gets damaged, the investment I've made into that Second thing that happens, clients start on the grid, start to also the parts of their roofs, they lose that revenue streams. And the third thing that happens is vandalism increasing. Because now if you give them vandalism, a roster where they start getting paid. Now, there's no way that anybody in the right mind can invest in infrastructure without control the generation or the electricity control. That's why, in our model, you cannot exclude generation from distribution. So, in this case, the investment profile again is 100% from some in terms of what generation will be the best for the specific sector. I'm going to launch something very special to you just after this little video where our flag for Africa in terms of energy generation will be then concluded. In the middle part, you'll see there we share with government. It's a shared investment model. You cannot own the infrastructure of government. You cannot own the distribution infrastructure. So the private sector must participate in the upgrading of infrastructure. There must be a blended investment model. We have also concluded the rules around that with National Treasury, and we now know how to prepare our investment deck for that. Matjhabeng, the 15th of October 2025, I was also standing on the podium where we did pledges. We pledged between 15 and 20 billion rand for Matjhabeng. Now, since that time, a lot of things happened. We were involved with the implementation of a smart meter project where we focused on 80% of the income of the municipality, so the consumers that produce 80% of the income of the municipality. We deployed a smart metering project, and we started with that project. We opened a local office in Matjhabeng, so we're local. We're not sitting in Pretoria anymore. We have a local office in Matjhabeng. Smart technology was deployed, and for the first time in the history of Matjhabeng, many of the large power users now can see their own consumption. Real time, as the municipality can see the consumption. So that is now the component where we focus on the metering part on the consumer side. So there's got nothing to do now yet with infrastructure or generation. 12 million rand was already invested internally from HM to build the investment criteria for Matjhabeng. We are about 80 to 90% finished with that. The final financial closure on the investment profiling related to the 15 to 20 billion will be finalized by the end of October, and after which we will then conclude on the procurement processes to move that money into the system. And obviously the goal of the project is to reduce your distribution losses from where it is now to 6% on electricity and 12% on water. And why do we want to do that? We want to make sure that we start decreasing tariffs to our consumers. So if I can get to the point very quickly to decrease tariffs, I will draw investment for factories and industry because they can pay cheaper for their services. So that's the intention of the project on that investment. If I may, Program Director, can I play this video and then I'll finish?
The Apex Power Plant combines 6 proven technologies into a single, transformative, clean energy solution. Reliable, 100% green baseload power, using a fraction of the land required by wind and solar. The Apex. Clean energy, always on, compact by design. Powering the world to a new paradigm. Groundbreaking technology. The Apex. The unique design of our patent-pending concentrated solar heating system not only captures energy from the visible light spectrum, but also from the wavelengths well beyond it. In addition, these energy absorption modules capture direct heat, radiant heat, and ambient thermal energy. These combined properties make it up to 4 times more efficient than conventional solar PV systems. This energy is then transferred into pipes containing supercritical CO2 fluid, providing an incredibly safe and efficient method of transporting energy throughout the APEX system. Depending on demand, this energy is either stored in sand or directed through heat pumps and compressors, boosting the temperatures of the supercritical CO2 by injecting additional thermal energy into the system. Our inline induction technology then offers precise temperature control. APEX adapts from 200 to 550 degrees, extending turbine life and ensuring peak efficiency under any condition. Supercritical CO2 requires far less maintenance than conventional steam systems. This reduces operating costs while improving reliability and safety. Compared with traditional steam turbines, supercritical CO2 turbines are significantly more compact, delivering the same power output with a much smaller footprint. The result is a more efficient, space-saving design that is easier to deploy and maintain, twice the efficiency, zero emissions. Our supercritical CO2 turbines deliver flexible power while recycling exhaust heat for later use. It's a closed-loop system where nothing is wasted, and the supercritical CO2 is always recycled and never vented. During periods of low demand, excess heat is stored in simple, sustainable sand containers rather than complex and potentially toxic battery systems. This creates a high-capacity thermal reservoir that can be tapped into whenever energy is needed. 100% eco-friendly with no disposal issues. Always on, delivering steady, reliable power, regardless of weather conditions. The APEX delivers high-quality power with a 99% power factor and less than 5% total harmonic distortion. Unlike conventional solar-based systems, there is no performance loss in more extreme climates. Our 4-stage industrial heat pump design achieves a COP of over 10 in the early stages, with an average COP of approximately half that across all 4 stages. All plants are scalable from 5 to 200 megawatts. For the same power output, APEX requires only a fraction of the land used by traditional wind and solar farms. More power, less land, minimal environmental impact. And because every power plant is fully containerized, deployment is faster, with seamless scalability as demand grows. We can manufacture, ship and have a facility operational in as little as 8 to 12 months. The APEX power plant, enabling a new era of energy independence through our pioneering green energy solution.
Thank you very much. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, thank you. And the next one is Sunny Elex.
Can I have the mic, please? So how do I operate this? I don't know how to operate it. Just take this out.
Honorable Mayor and Executive, greetings and all protocol observed. Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor, that we as investors can today give you solid foundation of what we plan to do here. No talk show, nothing like that, confirmation of what Matjhabeng requires. My name is Dr. Jeffrey Sidney Robert. I'm the founder and executive chairman of Sunex, an IPP platform that ultimately, what you know, as an independent power producer, build, operate, and ultimately sell electricity to private sector or to government. A little bit about me. I moved from Hewlett Packard as head of compliance and was ultimately entrusted by the government of South Africa to put together the transition for the country from Eskom coal power to renewables. My role was to come up with a legal framework, a policy realignment, and a political will that will bring South Africa more investments, more foreign direct investment, and ultimately ensure that we can get they receive the value and the benefits of all of these products. In short, I've got a simple saying that says, a man's is a man's and other man's. So this partnership between Sanalex and Matjhabeng is for us a very important partnership because as the CFO and as the Mayor stated previously, we are here together as partners, and as partners we have an obligation to make sure that all of these objectives that we're setting here today is realized. Sanalex, as an IPP company, we are not just an ordinary IPP company, but we have also dig a little bit deeper into what makes municipalities to ultimately work. And one of the key outcomes of that is this major milestone, and thank you CFO for announcing it previously, where Sanalex became the catalyst for the municipality's BFI application to National Treasury and to the DBSA. And today I can confirm our 100% support, CFO, Mayor and Executive, to your Matjhabeng municipality to ensure that this is not just talking, but it realizes exactly what Matjhabeng ultimately wants to achieve. This project that we will launch in Matjhabeng in January 2027 is a sub-project. This is very important because this is to ensure that at the end of the day that we also ultimately make this project a strategic integrated project as part of the presidential program that the president is running. Now, it's obviously quite a tedious process, but I can confirm to you today that through the sub-office, Sanalex received a dedicated project team that, as the CFO was explaining to us, that team ensured that on national government, provincial government and local government, we do not have any delays as far as all of our permits and licenses is required. So this is quite important to understand what that sub-status ultimately means for Sanalex, or for a project for that matter. Now, one of the key things for us is also to explain to you that this collaboration between us and Matjhabeng and the district, it comes at zero cost to the municipality. This investment comes from us. To date, we have invested over 120 million rand of the P&Ls, which we call the permits and licenses, to ultimately get a project bankable and make sure that we can build the plant that can last forever. So this partnership that we are referring to and this collaboration, it includes, for your information, as of last month, a data center that Sanalex will ultimately ensure that it is built on that same land that we have got all the permits. Now, of course, it takes quite a lot of understanding. We have to go back to environmental affairs and make sure that we include and submit an adjustment to get this approved. But I can confirm that we are on track to get that adjustment done and dusted in the next 30 days. The overall impact of our collaboration, if you can go through the slide, you will see that the solar plant is 12.5 billion that we will ultimately build. The data center, which at this point is structured as an 80 megawatt, first of its kind in terms of size, quite complicated. It's 1.5 to about 17 billion because we're looking at a phased approach. The economic impact hub that we are supporting in terms of the SEZ and all the programs that we are collaborating with the municipality will give you a combined value of approximately 27 billion. This is just an artificial process to show you that this is what we're going to build. The data center sits on the left-hand side 2027. Now, of course, it's very important that we must mention the people of Matjhabeng is ultimately the beneficiaries of this project. Because at the end of the day, we are not just building a plan to make sure that as an investor, we recoup our investment. But we have a responsibility to ensure that the people of Matjhabeng, at the end of the day, is fully the beneficiaries of what we do. When you look at the total multiplier of jobs, we're talking about each site approximately 2,000 jobs per construction phase. And if you look at the renewable energy industry, one job gives you about 10 to 15,000 in jobs. So we look at a multiplier of about 15,000 jobs ultimately on this 500 megawatt PV and 500 megawatt gas facility. And we're talking about 125 megawatt of dispatchable power on that particular site. Now, of course, the important thing is that we are here to say our financial close is 2027 January. We're looking at this amount of jobs, and at the end of the day, if you look at the salary bill for this, the salary bill is minimum 400 million rand for the local people that we will employ on this particular project. We are not here to bring people from left, right, and center. The municipality, as our partner, and the district will assist us to source these people from Matjhabeng, and we have a duty to upskill these people to be able to do what we are bringing to them. Ubuntu Abantu. It's simple for me that we must understand Matjhabeng is where we prove that African energy infrastructure can transform lives and not just systems. We are not living a transaction here. We come here to leave a legacy. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, the next group of people that we're dealing with here is high-techs.
Executive Mayor, the executive, and delegates and colleagues, thank you very much for this opportunity. Dr. Jeff, it seems like it's me and you who does not always speak the Greek language, but we went. Let's just give me a round of applause once more. Thank you for such a wonderful presentation. A quick one. Ours is very much simple. I will not reintroduce myself, but as a point of departure from my end, before I allow my colleague to commit the number and to also speak in terms of the specifics. And I think further details will be discussed on the things that which we'll be committing to collaborate with the municipality. First of which we are committing to assist the municipality to establish a sister or a twinning city with one of the key municipalities in China, in which, as I mentioned earlier, we did successfully last year, took the executive mayor and the mayoral team in Kangala district with such a similar relationship which has been established between Kangala district and one of the municipality channels. So we are committing in doing that. One of the reasons why that is important, because as part of protocol of such agreements or relationships when they are established, there are a number of things that which are committed into those agreements that would, number one, allow direct investments into the municipality. Besides direct investments, it will also have what we call establishments around cultural exchange. I remember I noted earlier that the executive mayor had mentioned around tourism. That will also be able to drive tourism between what we call the envisioned municipality or city in China to drive tourism locally. The third leg that such agreements actually focus on is on skills exchange and training, which we do believe that, and I think it is something which we are all aware, that our education in the country, it is generally theorized a lot and much less of what we call practical skills that can be turned into either entrepreneurial endeavors or that can be turned into skills that which are much needed in the market. With such beautiful projects that which have been presented, I believe, colleagues, we can all agree that our youth needs to be upskilled. So through such relations, we'll be able to bring such programs on training, even around robotics and artificial intelligence, and also on the language of the day, even around solar related what you call skills, what you call upskilling programs and projects. So I think as a point of departure, that's one thing that which we are committing to engage on and to assist the municipality to establish. The second thing that we are going to come into that would be on exports and imports. I believe that through those relationships that which we'll be establishing, we would be able to bring in expertise within that particular space to assist entrepreneurs basically to begin their journey to in becoming global players. Because mine as an entrepreneur and mine as a leader is to help prep businesses not only for the local market, but for the market in the continent. And not only for the market in the continent, but for the global market, as we've got about 7 to 8% trade deficit with China that we need to be able to cover. At the moment, China is bringing about 17% of what we call of their goods that we are consuming locally, and we are only able to export about 12.5%. So through such initiatives, we would be able to cover that trade deficit again. So hence, the issue of what we call of twinning is very much critical to me. So coming to the energy, because we believe that energy is the backbone of what we call of any economy. We can speak about smart cities, we can speak about even airports and everything else, but we all know that energy is a backbone of what we call of this economy. And I'm glad that there is proper languaging that which we have deployed in terms of what we call instead of just transition, we call it diversifying of what we call of energy sources. That I believe that my brother will be able to come to that. Thank you.
Okay, I just quick. Okay. As the high time, I will tell others we are busy for solar panel, and also we built the first longest hydrogen pipe in the world. And second, if come here, we will prepare for 1 billion rent for investment, including money, know-how, and material. And we, as also CHY new energy factories, we already bring 20 containers during the 3 years for lithium batteries for households in South Africa. We are the biggest suppliers for the lithium battery new energy stores. And if we come invest in our Matjhabeng municipalities, if we are successful, We also want US to bring the factories, can build solar panels, lithium batteries, then can improve 1,500 jobs for our local. And so we hope and have everybody have a nice day. We thanks the honor mayor of Matjhabeng, Mr. Kalipa, and for your best food. Today I got it. And can we show you our... No. Okay.
We don't have time.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We're running against time. Can we ask people not to repeat themselves, please? The next one is Ulilo. Can you please come forward and just quickly take us through?
Thank you very much, Program Director, Executive Mayor, the municipality, and distinguished guests. Mine is going to be very short, along the theme of from commitment to construction, Executive Mayor. Last year, I stood here and we made a pledge to do 4 projects in the municipality to the tune of about 13 million. And I'm pleased to report, Executive Mayor, that we reached financial close on the one solar project in April of this year, and construction is started. Our 2 other battery storage projects, those will be reaching financial close in the last quarter of this year, and then construction will start immediately after that. And then the other solar project towards the end of next year as well. But Mayor, I'll always forget, you said you wanted to see us and that your own people of Matjhabeng should benefit. So for the construction project of the solar, over the last 2 months alone, we've already created 200 jobs. And we are hoping to ramp that up to 600 in the next few weeks as construction unfolds. And I want to really commend the municipality and your leadership for all of the challenges that require your municipality's intervention. Otherwise, this would have not been possible. So yeah, to borrow from my colleague's video earlier, strong foundations are definitely built long before the first concrete got poured. Thank you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Can we follow the example of Leo in terms of our presentations that are coming forward? Who can come in? Short, nice, short and sweet.
Program Director, Executive Mayor, and colleagues, I'm just here going to make it very short. I'm no longer looking at my notes. My name is Tafiku Sangaya. I'm representing Kari Petroleum, operating as 4M's Energy Solutions. We are based in our head offices in Pomona, in the Gauteng area. We are operating a fleet of tanker trucks. We have a balance sheet, a very strong balance sheet that is comprised of tanker trucks, storage facilities in the petroleum industry, and we supply bulk integrated solutions and services, backup systems. Basically, that's the area in which I am involved. My position in that company, I'm a commercial and business development executive. My CEO is not here to present the strategic direction when it comes to the total integration of the energy. But I'm sure we are much interested also to operate in this province. We are operating nationally, but with all what we have heard here, we will be also giving support service to most of the companies that are involved in mining and construction, as well as agriculture. There are some other, we shall do further presentations if we are given an opportunity to see how it will impact on the young generation that are coming in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I think the last one is CUT, and to just tell us briefly how are they going to support this.
Thank you so much, Director. I will be brief. My colleague came to present in the morning and at the Sokondo. I just want to say greetings to the Honorable Executive Mayor and his ESCO and the people of Matjhabeng. At the caliber, as well as to the acting municipal manager, Dr. Adonis. I'm from Velcom campus, which is the campus of CUT. We had a meeting with the mayor. It's I think, appropriate and opportune for us to report what happened from that moment to date. And then I think my presentation, in a very short period, will be to cement two things. One, to really acknowledge and appreciate what is going on today. To say CUT being part of Velcom campus, the Matjhabeng area, that if you are investing in this municipality, you are not doing anything wrong. In fact, this is not an opportunity. Believe you me, that's something that we have noticed. As a result, CUT decided that we are going to build about 486 million rand Faculty of Engineering, Applied Building Sciences, as well as Engineering. It's going to be around 486 million rand, and that is actually in principle approved by our council. And secondly, CUT is basically took a decision recently to say we are going to increase. My colleague talked about consumers of about 5,000, but from 2030 to 2035, we believe that consumers will be increased to 12,000 or to 12,000. So those will be students in applied science and mining, as well as engineering. We are all, of course, on course to rope in Bongane to build in a medical school with Bongane, which will be different from this. And you know that even doctors today, they also finish that they get to be unemployed. But with HPCSA, they said to us, do something different. Build in entrepreneurship, build in AI in the curriculum of the doctors. So we believe what is going to happen in Matjhabeng is going to be something different. And of course, one will be asking a question, but you are just in an 85 hectares of land. How are you going to expand all this? We are already on course to secure about 200 hectares of land to give you an indication that where you are is where we are. This is a place to be. Whereas when there's an airport, when there's everything that is actually happening today. And that is basically the kind of indication that we want to see. And I think for us, maybe it's also important, not that one wants to brag about the mayor. I think when he visited us, he made sort of an investment in our own research activities that is highly actually appreciated. That is basically the indication to say, whatever you do, we are behind you. And we are also saying today, whatever you do, municipality, we are behind you. We are basically supporting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. I think now we've come to the end of our proceedings, and in closing and thanking everyone and matching orders for all of us, I would like to give the mayor to basically say how are we going to move forward, thank everybody, and then I'm sure everyone before we leave will have to travel home safely. And thank you very much for everyone that really has come and honored this thing. Executive Mayor, over to you.
Thanks very much, Dr. Bongani, and thanks for the input from the professor for making this commitment from the university. It's really, really encouraging that the university is already making some of the important announcements. Acting Municipal Manager, Dr. Vuyo Adonis, and the entire team, the leadership of the municipality, members of the mayoral committee and councillors who are part of this investment conference, investors who have decided to be part of us and spend the whole day with us, pastors and all the important leaders who are part of this investment conference today. We are really encouraged by all the announcements, because when we started this journey, many people did not believe us. They said, you know, these guys are dreaming. They are not serious. They are just making a talk show. And we took risk. And thanks to the administration, because there were men and women in the administration of Matjhabeng who believe in our vision, who did not only believe in the vision, they developed plans to implement that vision. A vision will not succeed unless you have a proper plan. And you also have men and women who are prepared, who are committed, who are loyal to the vision. And we are happy that through that support, we now have a proper foundation for investment. And indeed it's true that investment, it does not happen immediately. It does not happen immediately. Because many people, they thought when we were talking about presenting all these plans, they thought some of these things are going to happen tomorrow. And when they did not happen tomorrow, they were disappointed. But we are not disappointed, because all the commitment done by our investors, some of them, they have already started. Many people are now employed in our area. And we are happy today that we are concluding this summit, which is the last summit terms of our term of office. But we are confident that the future is bright of Matjhabeng. The future of Matjhabeng is bright. And the future of Matjhabeng, there is now hope that today will not be the same tomorrow. There are a number of people who are now have a hope about their future in Matjhabeng. And you can see even academics, when they make their presentation, that is about a strong leadership. Everything is around leadership. Everything that falls, everything that rise is through a strong leadership. But again, it's around the system, the men and women who surround you as a leadership of the institution. Those people who have made those sacrifices, they can see now there's going to be results. And I have no doubt that this airport that we have planned, you know, I have an advantage, Professor. In 1994, Councillor Mjalef, I was one of the youngest councillors who joined this municipality. At the time, was Velcom City Council. There was what was called FGF. FGF was an entity of Matjhabeng. which is that entity of Velcom, was driving investment. And part of the priorities at time was to make sure that Velcom upgrade their airport. It's a decision that was taken by the leadership in 1994. We make a presentation to the former president of the Republic, President Mandela, and then President Mandela delegated Deputy President at that time, President Mbeki. And the mayor at that time was the late TV Matsipe. And President Mbeki, when Dade Matsipe presented the idea of an airport, and President Mbeki asked a critical question: what are you going to transport? We can say it's a good presentation. You want an airport. What are you going to transport? I have never seen a lawyer not having an answer. Because Dade Matsipe was an academic, a lawyer, a person who has been practicing some years, but he did not answer that question. Today, in 2026, engineers, they are now presenting a timeline. This idea, this vision, was planned in 1994. Did not happen. In 2026, an engineer from Australia, you are from Australia, he is presenting timelines when they are going to start construction. And they are not only giving us a timeline, they are also telling us how many jobs that are going to be created. It's a vision that was planned in 1994. It's only announced terms of the timelines in 2026. So issues of investment, they don't happen overnight. They take time. But when they happen, they happen. So people who are now going to benefit is not the people who started this journey. Mayor Matsipe, we buried him 2 years back. He's no longer alive. But these are people who started this idea. These are people who plan. So when we plan for development, we don't plan around individuals. We plan around the population and the nation. So all what we have done, it does not mean we must be the one that benefit. We must be the one that launch this massive project. Those who come after us, we will put a good legacy where those people will now launch those projects, because we have put a proper foundation through a vision. Thank you very much for all those investors who have made all this commitment. I have no doubt that through all this commitment that have been put, I was phoned yesterday by Dr. Posa. You know, Dr. Posa is a former premier of Mpumalanga. He's a former TG of the ruling party. He's a veteran. He said, Mayor, we are excited about the plans that your municipality is developing. All we are requesting from you is just to have an hour of a coffee. We can just spend an hour. I was humbled by that call from Dr. Posa, a veteran that just requesting an appointment for 1 hour to explain how they are going to assist us in our vision to make sure that we turn around the economy of Matjhabeng. And I also want to thank former President Mbeki. In 2022, when we visited President Mbeki, He then took a decision that he was going to support our leadership and he was going to deploy his Thabo Mbeki Foundation to assist us to implement our programs. Not only to support, to implement our programs, but work with us to strengthen issues of governance and issues of ethics. Because everything is around ethical leadership. If we don't invest, ladies and gentlemen, on ethical leadership, our country will go to dogs. And it's something that all of us, we must take a conscious decision. We must take that conscious decision. We know the implication of making such an announcement. We know that once you take that journey, that we must focus on ethical leadership, clean government. We know that many people are not going to be happy. But it's not about you. It's about making a commitment that was made by our veterans who took some of those decisions. Some of the people who took that there will be freedom in 1994 did not benefit that freedom. But they took that decision. And we must be like those men and women who are prepared to go to jail on something that they believe. That better life is not only about those who are living, but you must take sacrifice. And I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, this municipality will never be the same again. Will never be the same. There are a lot of investment that are coming to this municipality. Like I've indicated, that the future is bright. And I hope anything that happened after the 4th of November, the foundation that we've put, men and women of South Africa will remember us on putting a proper foundation, a proper legacy, where it's not about us, where we put our own personal interest, but we put the interest of our people. We are here to serve our people. We are the servants of our people, and let's behave that way. Matjhabeng is going to be one of the great municipalities, and they are great leaders. They are academic, they are men and women, they are pastors who have a lot of hope about the future of this municipality. And I am confident with all these investors, the airport is going to happen. And I hope even when some of us who are not in office will be invited when this project are launched, just to be part of that an important event, which is a work that we started. And President Mandela, when he took office, he said, I will only serve one term. President Mbeki, when he was removed in office, there was no disaster in our country. There was no war. President Zuma, when he left office, there was no war in the country. President Ramaphosa, even himself, he will end his term. There will never be war. Even here in Matjhabeng, even when we have left the office, there will never be war. What will happen? We will have what we call a solid foundation, where the people of Matjhabeng are now confident about the future. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for the Executive Mayor, ladies and gentlemen. Executive Mayor, thank you very much. on this side.
I think